Welcome all. Good morning. Welcome to the second day of International Conference on Advanced Computing and Communication Technology. Morning, sir. Am I audible to everyone? Can anyone respond that I'm audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Yes. Thank you so much, ma'am. So let's start our day 2 conference on the International Conference on Advancing Computing and Communication Technology, ICACCT 2021. So let's begin. So which is ICACCT 2021, jointly organized by Department of Information Technology, Francis Xavier College, Engineering College, Tirunelveli, Tamil Nadu, and Institute for Engineering Research and Publications, which is IFERP. So first of all, let me show some inaugural presentations. Just a minute, I want to share a presentation. Yes. So I really welcome you all to the respective conference, which is going to be held on 6th and 7th. Now today is the day 2. So now I would like to welcome our dignitaries. So I would like to welcome all our honorable dignitaries. Firstly, Sir Dr. Jaykumar, with SCAD, a group of institutions, and Dr. Velu Murugan sir at Francis Xavier Engineering College, and Dr. Dhananjaya Singh and Professor Edward Babula, an honorary chair, chief mentor, and senior advisor, core advisors committee at the World Assessment Council at Lynchburg, Virginia, United States. Thank you all for joining us. I would like to also welcome all our participants in joining us today. So prior to that, I would like to welcome all the 3 dignitaries here, which we have seen in the screen. Now I would like to pass over to Ms. Dr. Jainul Fatima ma'am, who is assistant professor at IT at Francis Xavier College, to make an introduction about the respective people. Ma'am, Jainul Fatima ma'am.
So for keynote speaker 3, we don't mean for now we have keynote speaker 3 no sir.
I'm sorry, so, keynote speakers. Just tell me, ma'am.
So now as per the session, we have to start from Mr. Dhananjay Singh, Vice President Engineering. That's right, sir. Or we are starting with the session paper session, sir.
You can introduce the respective people, ma'am, like the session chairs and the keynote speakers. Okay. Please introduce them. Let them have their brief explanation about. And once you're done with them, then we'll start with the session chairs. Session plan.
Okay, sir. Good morning, one and all. On behalf of Francis Xavier Engineering College, I would like to welcome every one of you to the International Conference on Advanced Computing and Communication Technology, Day 2. For this session, we have keynote speaker, Mr. Dhananjay Singh, Vice President Engineering at E-Governments Foundation, Bangalore Urban. Followed by that, we have a paper session. For this session, The session is chaired by Karthik Poveri, Associate Dean, Associate Professor CSE from B.V. Raju Institute of Technology, Narasapur, Andhra Pradesh. And the second chairperson is from Francis Xavier Engineering College, Dr. A. Anita, Professor, Department of Information Technology. Then we have a paper session, and this paper session has 15 papers, and followed by that technical session 4. This session is handled by chaired by Dr. M. Caroline Viola Stella Mary, Professor, IT Department, Francis Xavier Engineering College, and by Dr. Karthik Poveri, Associate Dean, Associate Professor CSE from B.V. Raju Institute of Technology, Andhra Pradesh. And followed by at 4 o'clock, we have valedictory section. In the valedictory talk, we have Professor Edward Babula, Honorary Chair, Chief Mentor, and Senior Advisor. So, from Core Advisory Committee at the World Assessment Council, Virginia, United States. Followed by that, we have feedback session and vote of thanks session. So now, as per the schedule, we have a talk on given by Mr. Dhananjay Singh, Vice President Engineering at E-Government Foundation, Bangalore, Urban, Karnataka. So, a session person has joined, sir.
Say that the Dhananjay?
Yes, sir.
Seems sir is not connected yet. Just give me a minute so that I'll connect.
Sir, it's okay, sir. Shall I play our college video, sir?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Your safety is our priority. The salubrious atmosphere and the conducive environment makes the college the best abode to transform its students into a future-ready professional. We create a strong academic foundation, not only in technology development, but also in social, cultural,
scientific and economic development of the country. In this pandemic situation, we provide safe and secured environment following the rules and regulations, procedures and instructions given by Government of Tamil Nadu, Central Government, ICMR and World Health Organizations. We would also like to emphasize that even though the corona situation is on a global level, we are ready to take up this as a challenge to ensure that we are completely sanitized and we are taking it very seriously, protecting our campuses and our students, giving utmost importance to each and every point with regard to social distancing and to face this COVID pandemic situation.
In our START group of institutions, we have taken utmost care to give
It's
the
genuine,
best
ma'am.
safety
Can you please
and the
stop
healthy
the
break.
video?
And all the
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. So that we will proceed with the respective keynote speakers' pre-recorded video. I will share the screen. Please, I request everyone to be patient. I would like to introduce our keynote chair. So he is our Dhananjay sir. So I would like to proceed with his video.
I hope you are staying safe and healthy. Across the globe, we are facing or fighting this problem, which is invisible enemy. And I'm really sorry that I'm not able to join in person this live conference. But I'm really excited to see the kind of topics of the papers and the kind of audience and the participants you have. Uh, yeah, and I was slightly busy with my new organization's responsibility, so I could not join in person. So I'm just sharing my video. Hope it helps, and I'm a warm welcome to all of you for this conference. Uh, when I was invited to the conference, actually I was working with Ego Foundation, which is solving urban governance problem across India. And I hope you know Nandan Nilekani's name. And Ego was founded by Nandan Nilekani around 15 years back. It's an organization which is trying to solve urban India problem, which is like improving citizens' life, reducing corruption. So we had a very nice digital platform, which is open source platform, which is called Digit. You can even explore digit.org. So yeah, so Ego was founded by Nandan, and it's a philanthropic mission supported by Omidyar Network, Tata Trust, and Bill Gates as well. So in Ego, actually, we took many initiatives. So if I give you some example, reducing corruption, right? So when we went into one state, I don't want to name it, but where we saw the number of properties where who were paying the property tax were around 3 lakh kind of properties, but the water and sewerage tax which was coming was from almost 10 lakh properties. So there was a gap of around 7 lakh property. This we could do when we integrated the data, and we did some analysis on the data. We did some AI/ML algorithm to just find the revenue leakages and all those things. We could solve a lot of the revenue leakage problem. And if I give you some example of the kind of products we were helping government, so building plan approval, which is like across India. There are hardly few players, and that's again the paid kind of a software where you just give the AutoCAD files, which is like building plan, and the approval and the rejection happens within few seconds with this product, where you just upload the file, and then yeah, it just reads all 300 400 rules of that state government, and it just gives you, yeah, your plan is approved or rejected, right? So a lot of corruption was reduced because of that, because everything was manual, a lot of corruption, file used to move here and there. Yeah, so in ego we were trying to solve a lot of problem where senior citizens have to walk around and just stand in the queue to pay the property tax or again utility bills, right? So we aggregated the bills, like for one property, one bill which will have your electricity, water, and other kind of utility bills together, right? So a lot of improvements have been done. When we hear the testimonials from the senior citizens, it really helps. Or even I would say the kind of impact the team makes, right, it feels of a lot of proud. So yeah, so when we took a lot of initiative in terms of even if I have to relate with this conference topics, right, the AI ML related stuff as well. We launched the NLP based WhatsApp chatbot in Punjab, and which was great success because it can understand any kind of even the absurd language the person is typing, be it Hindi, Punjabi, or English. So we did a lot of things. We used a lot of open source libraries, and the WhatsApp kind of integration was done. Again, so if I talk about the engineering team, and I hope all of you can relate, right? So we used to do a lot of POCs where even if I talk about, I have seen some topics of the conference where a lot of you have written about the image processing. Also, one thing which we also did was during the pandemic time, why these field executive have to go and visit the meters for meter reading, right? So we did a lot of initiative where based on the OCR, the people can just send their the meter bill photograph, and then these field executive from their desk itself they can generate the bill based on OCR reading and the OCR technology, and it can even it can be automated by utilizing those the text form fetch. Yeah, if I talk about some more stuff based on OCR, we did where a lot of spelling mistakes happen when these government people do the form filling kind of a thing during the registration. So the auto fetch details from the Aadhaar and PAN card, that was again based on the OCR. People can upload their Aadhaar and PAN in the WhatsApp, and those details can be fetched and autofill in the form, so that you can just avoid the human error. The list goes on. Yeah, so I don't want to bore you with that. So yeah, so then yeah, so after Ego Foundation, I have recently joined an organization called Innovati. Innovati is into payments domain. Innovati provides the POS solution. If you go to Reliance Digital or Reliance across India, or Titan or Inox or anywhere, you will find these the credit card swap in machine, which is again through Innovati. The payments domain itself is evolving a lot, and even if you see after demonetization, a lot of things evolved in the payments domain, and it's continuously evolving. See, whatever you do in terms of engineering, or you guys will go in your career path. Yeah, so just remember that's my advice, or I would say from the mentorship point of view, people whom I mentor, I always tell you, as a part of engineers, typical habit, people have tendency to explore so many new things, fancy items and fancy things, right? But just make sure whatever you are building, right, just make sure it is kind of a platform thinking where other people can come and contribute. And other thing is it should impact a citizen's life, right? Not just some basic stuff or some fancy stuff. So just make sure whatever you are building, just it has some impact on citizens life. So I still remember my 2 3 years of duration EGOV. Every day you feel so proud when you hear a lot of testimonials from the senior citizens, and you can see the positive impact on citizens life. So that's really soothing experience, I would say. Yeah, so even in fact, if you talk about the corruption, right, we reduce a lot of corruption. And we built a small product called M Collect, which is miscellaneous collection. Within a week time, it had 4.5 crore kind of a collection from the street vendor, which the money used to go just just in hand without receipt and all those things. So with the POS device kind of integration, people, the cops, they collected 4.5 crore just in 7 days. So just see the impact of digital transformation, which you guys will also be doing whenever you get onboarded into the company's organization or you start your own organization, right? So yeah, so before egov, in fact, I was working with BT. So uh, when I was in egov, I could relate the lives of people, but when I was in BT, so you can relate the data center devices, alarms and monitoring. But when it comes to engineering, right, so everywhere you have the opportunity to do some sort of innovation, some sort of the R&D part, right? So we did a lot of initiative on the AI ML stuff as well. So like we build a correlation engine where, let's say, if something goes wrong in the data center or in the network or in some device or some application, right? So a lot of network events get generated. Even the guys who are sitting at the service desk, right, they get flood of tickets, right? Maybe the problem is one, but because your data center is down, device is down, network is down, and because of that application is down, everything is creating a lot of alert and multiple tickets get generated, and the time to resolution again takes a lot of time because of these multiple kind of threats. So we created a correlation engine based on some the machine learning algorithm. So we got very good the accuracy there. So based on the timestamp, based on the network diagram, based on how they are connected, which all applications are connected, you just generate one event, one ticket to the service desk. So at least the time to response is very fast. So I'm just giving these example because I have seen a lot of good topics in today's the conference topic and papers topic, and those are really so nice topic. I was really amazed to see those kind of topics because line by line I was going through the topic. Each and every topic is so interesting. Yeah, so what I'm saying is, don't limit your ideas by looking at somebody else, right? Just try to see the nearby problems whatever you have and try to see how you can solve that problem rather than exploring some fancy item, right? So take an example where I've joined this organization and everything. They have the dynamic QR code, the patent, which generally if you see the Paytm and the phone pay and those kind of the pamphlet which you see on the shops, right? Those are static QR code which you just scan and you just pay the money. But when you have to do some analytics on the transaction data, you can't do because that doesn't have any record who paid what, why, and on what for what, right? So this dynamic QR code generation, which is like this QR code itself carries a lot of information like for what it is paying, which merchant location, who is paying, which credit card, and all this. So you can do a lot of analytics post transactions even from the QR code data. So a lot of innovation is going on. So if you see even the POS devices, right, you never know in future these POS devices will start accepting the cryptocurrency kind of acceptance, right? Our friend Elon Musk has already bought billions of cryptocurrencies and saying you can buy the cars from the cryptocurrencies. So I'm really amazed to see such nice topics which you guys have chosen for these conference, and especially the diversity of the topics, right? Many of you have pick things like image processing, video processing, yeah, which is really good because, and this is one of the hot thing in the market. Things like smart streaming cameras, which are already out there in the market. Where, let's say, generally in the if you go to the foreign countries where you have the proper backyard kind of concept and you have the cameras, right? So it keeps recording and you are not at home, and the camera detects some event. So based on the event, even if you are outside, it sends you an alert that I see some activities happening in a backyard. But based on the image or the event which is happening, if it's a cat or dog, it will say I see just some animal. If it's a human, it will send you a critical alert that I see some human entering into your house. And it does not keep on storing the space of the video streaming because it's a wastage of storage, right? So whenever some activity is happening, then it gets triggered and start capturing things. So the video processing, image processing has gone to a very next level, and there's a lot of innovation there where even the theft detection in the shopping complex based on the video streaming, so there's a lot of things, the missing people, finding missing people based on the image processing, right? So whatever you do, right, when you see the impact of that, you feel so proud, and it's so satisfactory, right? So keep, I would say, keep innovating things and keep thinking about these good ideas. Take an example like the augmented reality for the kids, right? So we have seen a lot of AR VR stuff coming in, but think about a creativity where you can create some the AR kind of a stuff where kids can just select their character of choice, and in the house itself they have the augmented reality kind of a characters to play in the 3D, right? They don't even have to buy the toys. So you just change the software or the characters, you can just play around. So there are a lot of innovation which is possible, right? So, and AI/ML in the education, right? You guys have studied hard, and AI/ML is bringing a lot of improvement in the education area, where when it's inbuilt in the online modules, based on the assessment, based on the speed of the course which you are reading at the self pace, it gives you an idea, or it generates a trend or recommendation that what are your weakness in the education system, in terms of which topic you are weak, which topic you are strong, right? So a lot of things are going on. So I really appreciate the kind of topics you guys have chosen. And yeah, I really wish you all good luck and all the best for your paper submission. Anyways, the list goes on with my examples, and I have a habit of giving a lot of examples, but I would like to stop here my monologue, and wish you guys all the best for the conference, and take care, stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dhananjay sir, for your valuable suggestion and the inputs. So I would like to proceed on the rest of the conference agenda. So now I would like to start with the technical sessions part. Prior to that, I would like to inform about our session chairs. So who would be our session chairs? As Dr. M. Caroline Viola Stella Mary, who is a professor at Department of Information Technology at Francis Xavier Engineering College, Tirunelveli, and Dr. A. Anita, professor at Department of Information Technology at Francis Xavier Engineering College, Tirunelveli, and Dr. Karthik Kovuri, Associate Dean, Associate Professor, B.V. Raju Institute of Technology, Narsapur, AP. So welcome our honorable dignitaries and session chairs. So I would like to proceed with the technical sessions part now. Just a minute, we will start the sessions right away.
Sir, shall I give a brief introduction to session chairs?
Yes, ma'am. You can. Not sure from where this distance is coming on. Yes, yes, ma'am. You are trying to say something. Please proceed. Ms. Zainul Fatima, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Let me introduce the session chairs.
Yes, please.
Shall I proceed, sir?
Yes, yes.
Dr. Karthik Koveri is an Associate Dean, Academics, Faculty Lead from Emerging Technology Center and Associate Professor CAC at B.V. Raju Institute of Technology. And he also worked as a head CSC and IT department and associate professor at Trinity College of Engineering and Technology. She has published around 23 papers in Scopus and SEA indexed journals, and he also published a book named Strategic Perspectives of Cloud Computing, and he also published a patent on display connecting devices for identification of data malfunction. And he also awarded as an outstanding faculty teaching award by Amaravati Research Academy. And he also received a prestigious Microsoft Educator Grant Award and he also is a member of Microsoft Educator community. And he also organized and attended many workshops and conferences in the leading institutes. We welcome you, sir.
Very nice introduction, ma'am.
Thank you. Thanks for your nice introduction. Thank you.
So, yes, ma'am, you are trying to say something.
Our next chairperson is Dr. A. Anika from Professor Francis Xavier Engineering College. He did his research in data science and web mining, and he has achieved many awards and funded from the reputed institutions. And we welcome you, ma'am. I think she got disconnected, so we'll proceed, sir.
No, but yes, you can proceed. So, is there any other introduction, ma'am, or should we start with the committee sections?
I will start with presentation, sir.
Super. Yes, let us start with the respective technical sessions part, which will be starting by Professor Vineet Yesinha and Dr. Vilasim Thakre on evaluation of network security on basis of virtualization techniques in Kali Linux environment. Professor Vineet Yesinha, Vilasim Thakre.
Yes. Good morning, sir.
Very good morning. Kindly share the screen and you can present.
Yes. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
So my screen is visible, sir?
Yes, it's visible. The time is exactly 10 minutes. I request you to proceed.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So, good morning, respected one and my participant colleague. Today I, Vineet Sinha, discuss the evolution of the network security on basis of virtualization technique in Kali Linux environment. So before going on discuss, let us brief some of our biodata. So I, Vineet Sinha, had the 13 years of teaching experience and 1 year of industry, and my guide, Dr. Vilasim Thakre, have the professor and HOD in computer science, which he has more than 35 years in a teaching experience. So let's start with the today, that is after of this thing. So in today's area, that is cyber area, am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes, you are audible. Please proceed.
In today's cyber world, network security has a main glance view, which can be strongly supported by open source platform. So as a Linux background, we just use a Kali Linux for the evaluation purposes. Kali Linux used by many security specialists for handling network security, as it contains more than 360 security tools. We track implementation of KVM which is kernel-based virtualization machine using 3 virtualization techniques. So Word Manager, Kimchi project, and SDN, that is a software-defined network. And further, we discuss the advantages of these techniques. As an operating system, play important role for providing the platform to application software and interactive to the hardware with user. So it is necessary to change the fruitful approach of using operating system by implementation of virtualization. In our evaluation, we use Kali because it supports the specially virtual file system to get fully facility of virtualization. So this is the virtualized architecture. So as shown in the figure, virtual architecture overcomes a traditional approach of the architecture. So Kali Linux have the particular feature regarding this thing. So here, as seen in the diagram, the hardware which is implemented by the operating system and the application in traditional world. But in virtualization, because of a virtualization layer, the OS can provide a separate resources to the applications. So as they provide in terms of the memory and the storage space. Can move to the Kali Linux architecture. So from previous sections of virtual architecture, here we discussed the Kali Linux. So kernel space and user space, which is divided into 2 parts, that is kernel space and user space. And they both are connected in a bidirectional approach by using the system call. Furthermore, this architecture extends to the networking sites, which link up to a device driver, file system, virtual file system, and all these modules have separated communication link from memory management and the process management. So this is brief about the Kali Linux. Then, as we discussed, that is Kali Linux have a strong approach regarding the network security. So network security and virtualization have a strong bond for implementation of these 3 virtual techniques, that is Virtual Manager, Kimchi project, and SDN. So we discussed this thing one by one. Word Manager, it is one of the branches of LibVirt API, that is application programming interface. It works with a Vercel, OpenStack, and other virtual parent, that is OVR. It is recommended by the many new users who are trying to open a VPI or virtual manager applications at their basic level. So one drawback of is that it requires a GUI environment. It is recommended to be installed on workstation or the test machine instead of the server machine. It is unstable whenever used with the older version of an operating system. That is the main strong drawback of this virtual manager. It works with the KVM, LXC, OpenVZ, UML, and Zen server. Then we move forward to the next, that is Kimchi techniques. So it is a HTML based. It is a HTML-based technique which based on primary, that is NGNS. This is a web application server. It uses a pluggable authentication module for authenticating users for letting them work as a root level. It is very effective techniques to list out all the guest virtual machine defined on host. Kimchi works with both CUI and GUI pattern. It had 2 main base, that is libvirt for the GUI purpose and Ginger base for a CUI, which is used for the host management plugin. And the main drawback of this thing is it is based on web-based techniques. Each time web server NGINX takes matter for proper configuration. Otherwise, it can be reverted to the slow speed. And the last, that is third, is that is the software-defined network. Software-defined network, it is a very cost-effective virtualization architecture, which mainly based on the open source protocol, which is a fundamental element of this, which have a separate network control and a forward network techniques, which became a programmable. And the main that is not severe that drawback is that the for SDN configuration trained staff needed, as it is somewhat has some complex pattern, and it is a single point of failure drawback it has it is a centralized thing. So then we just moved over the result and evaluation. For evaluation of this technique, we use a virtual box having the version 6.1.18 and the Hox VPN, the version is 3.11 on Linux environment. By installing virtual techniques according to the version wise and desired software, we scale their factor as 0 to 3, 3 to 6, and 6 to 10. And finding in this category basis on the hardware support, software support, and the version update support. So as per the shown in the diagram, the SDN have the quite effective applications over the Work Manager and Kimchi project. In the last, we conclude that in this paper, we studied different virtualization techniques and evaluate their performance on KVM-based system. The whole evaluation is supported by Kali Linux with virtual file system. In future, we focus on SDN because it has a weak point of single point attack by deploying various security script at the kernel level. And it can be recovered if we plan some security technique or security scripts which is compiled in the Python. So that's all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Professor Vineet.
Yes, sir.
The paper is related to the area network security and using Kali Linux. Just a basic question I'd like to ask you: what motivated you to use this platform of Kali Linux? Because network security and why virtualizations and all are related to Kali Linux, and what is your motivation? Why do you have any other alternatives other than this Kali Linux, or do you find any meager this one advantage by using this Kali Linux?
So firstly, that Kali Linux is used for especially penetration testing. It have the very widely security tools, and it have the special kind of file system which supports by VFS, that is virtual file system, and it is deftly used in another operating system purposes. So that's why we are using this Kali Linux. And as we install the pre-installed tools which are configured already, so there is no wastage of time for configuring the tools previously, then use it later on. And as virtualization, we focus on the virtualization as if you upload a web server on a particular kind of system like Ubuntu or Windows, so it has some strong issue like in Windows, anyone can penetrate in the Windows, and Ubuntu, we have to configure it first. But in Kali Linux, the pre-installed software helps us to pre-configure the virtualization. And it is very difficult to penetrate that virtualized system because host is already protected in the Kali, and guest is we can protect this type of techniques. That is the 3 techniques.
Yeah, good. And you have explained the 3 approaches: virtual manager and Kimchi and SDN. Right? SDN. You have clearly explained what happens in what and what are the drawbacks of each of these three approaches. Right? Can you please elaborate on the implementation part of providing the network security related to your paper using these approaches?
Yes, so by implementation, we first install the VirtualBox in our Kali Linux. Then by providing the another operating system, we can use any kind of operating system like Windows or Linux. Then by installing the Work Manager, that is a version first. That is, for example, Virtual Manager 3.2, we are installing first. We require the 1.28 of the libVRT API. Then by creating the number of virtual machines, like we first create a 1 and 2. Then we use the Kimchi 3.0 project, which require a Ginger-based plugin for the web application server. And lastly, we installing the SDN, which have the open flow protocol and OpenVSDB, that is Open vSwitch. And then we calculate on the basis of our scale factors of their implementation.
Yeah. And emphasis on providing the network security.
So yes, sir. If you go for the DSCP and DNS, in these 2 cases, the Kali Linux provide the DSCP has the sound protocols of the IP addresses. So we just configure DSCP on the virtual machine, so the number of clients can connect to the server. and which quite hardening to detect a particular intruder. Sorry, for it hardening for the intruder to detect a particular host on the system.
Any specific ideas?
Not no, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Professor, there is one more query. Can you tell how do you measure the performance apart from scaling factor? Are you having any performance metrics?
Actually, ma'am, I am just we are just installing this number of techniques, and when we get a virtual, we just check the performance by the RAM occupation and the hard disk storage occupation, and what is the speed of that application running on the system when we installing these three different techniques. On their basis, we are calculating this performance.
Okay. In future, how do you plan to enhance kernel support?
So by implementing the kernel, first we just go for the Debian kernel because Kali and the Ubuntu has the same category Debian. We just first come editing the Ubuntu kernel system, then try to implement, try to compile it, and if it get the success for the security to the center point of view of the SDN, then we implement as on the Kali Linux.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, both the session chairs, for the valuable inputs, and thank you so much for the presenter. I request the next participant, Mr. Anil BB and Ravi Kumar MS, on face recognition in video frames using morphological face template grabber. Anil and Ravi Kumar.
Good morning, respected learned sir and ma'am on the chair, and also good morning to all the delegates. The research topic of mine is the article title is Face Recognition in Video Frames Using Morphological Face Template Grabber. I am Anil BB, research scholar from KVG College of Engineering, and Dr. Kumar MS is the co-author of this article, and he is also my PhD supervisor. And his interest relies upon digital mammographic images, that is lossless compression on digital mammographic images, and also like signal processing, image processing, biomedical imaging, soft computing, and pattern recognition. Now, this is the presentation overview that I have. First, I will be talking about the abstract of my work based on the biometric recognition point of view. And then after that, I will be moving on to the third slide, that is database. And after that, the biometric pattern recognition system, as it has got a generic system like pre-processing, segmentation, feature extraction, and face recognition, these parts will be discussed, and finally the results and conclusion. As the learned professors will be knowing about the biometric recognition system, its scope and application, that I'm skipping this particular part. We know the limitation of having the possessions like a card and having the memorized entities like PIN and password. Forgetting of this or losing them will be catastrophic at times. And we go for the first thing, that is for a biometric system, which finds an added advantage because of this. The advent of biometric system will be having the data acquisition part first, and the pre-processing, segmentation, feature extraction, and classification. This is the abstraction, the work that I have carried out, collecting the video clips from the individuals, cooperative subjects, having a population of 60, and extracting the frames. And frames are subsampled like 10, 20, so on, like, and then the contrast enhancement is done by contrast limited adaptive histogram equalization. Each frame that is converted into image is transformed to YCR-CB space, that is loose prominence, red prominence, blue space, and then third, and finally the first just computation of the PCA directly. And after computing the PCA, principal component analysis, the face recognition task is been done. On the other hand, the person is identified from this particular identified from the PCA. Second part is we have gone for a face template grabber in the name of ARGical approach, and erosion dilation erosion will cause this face template grabber, and segmentation is carried out based on this. And after the segmentation, the principal component analysis, feature extraction is done, and finally the person is identified. Now this is the database, a few people here, and an example here that indicates this is the way the person is a person speaks like this in this particular sentence, and my face and voice are my identity. This is the way he pronounces the sentence. So actually my work comprises of both the voice recognition and face recognition and its fusion. The fusion has been carried out separately. Now here only I'm intending for face recognition, one particular algorithm. So this is the contrast limited adaptive histogram equalization carried out for the 20th frame that shows the Clahe, and then the YCRCB space is computed based on this linear transformation, and where T matrix is given by the values of the coefficients of RGB. It is called as chromatic coefficient matrix. And then this is the YCRCB image that is obtained from a specific frame. This is the frame number 20th I have taken for as an example here throughout. Skin color filtering is done by means of threshold value. The threshold for red, it is given as 0.5 and 0.6. For blue, it is given as 0.43 and 0.59. This is for indexed images. The images are in the index nature, and after a bit of experimentation, we have found that 0.5 and 0.6, 0.43 and 0.59 are the appropriate values for CR skin for red and blue. This is the way, after finding the skin color filtering, we go for face detection, and from the face detection, the exact face region is extracted. We find a lot of noise in this particular thing. So in the first case, so we have gone for the second case, that is arc face template grabber. In this case, first erosion, then dilation, and then subsequent erosion operation. The dilation and erosion operations are depicted in this particular two equations, and where Y is the structuring element. Finally, the frame is first eroded with a disk having a radius size of 12, so disk shaped structuring element, and repeated dilation, so that the energy within the level of pixel within the template will be 20 and not less than that. So we find the arc template something like this. This arc template will extract the face exactly, and this exacted face will be having a little bit more of clarity in terms of the facial features, and that is subjected to the principal component analysis in the domain of RGB by converting into grayscale. And finally, by making use of the Euclidean distance, the recognition is done, and the recognition rate comes like this. This is the result sheet of my work. The measure correct acceptance rate, correct alarm rate, or it is 78.125 if it is just mere skin color filtered. If it is ARK face template based approach, then it is 90.625 correct acceptance rate. That is, the person in the database and is recognized too. Correct reject rate, the person is not there in the database, but it is rejected. That is 83.333. And false acceptance rate and false reject rate are 58.33 and 68.667. And last FRR is 21.875 and 9.375. So this is a pictorial way of the chart that is being put for the tabulated result that we have obtained. A few references that I have here. Thank you, sirs and ma'am.
Yeah, Mr. Anil,
yes,
glad that you have chosen the trending and the most required topic for the present times. I do have a few queries on the topics which you have discussed so far. See, you have discussed in recognition, you have talked about CLAHE for contrast enhancement. So is it already existing or any new proposed methodology?
It is existing methodology, sir. Clahe is like only thing is when histogram equalization is done, the background will be enhanced and the clarity will be going for the minute regions because of the extra enhancement in the enhanced region. So because of that, we have gone for contrast limited enhanced histogram equalization, sir.
And you did not talk about sampling of the images because you are talking about a video frame and video clip, and from that you are capturing the frames from the video clip. And how sampling is being done?
Sampling, if you ask about the resolution, sir, it is 780 cross 1280, sir. RGB.
Oh, in general, you are making it as a threshold for any video clip that is being captured.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you're talking about skin color filtering also, but you did not mention what filtering mechanisms are being used for this.
That is, we go for YCRCB. That is the dimension is reduced there.
Okay, threshold values are okay. You're talking about threshold values, but the mechanism, filtering mechanism, what mechanism is being adopted to filter the skin colors? because HDR, CP, and all those threshold values are fine. Red and blue and everything is fine, but because there are a lot many mechanisms, filtering mechanisms. So, any specific mechanisms have you used in your research or?
Yes, sir. Like it is based on filter approach, like conventional linear differential equation based, constant coefficient differential equation based filtering.
Okay, and you're talking about both voice and face recognition.
Yes, sir.
Exclusively, okay, talking about the face, because we have explained about only face recognition in this paper.
Yes.
So, talking about exclusively the face recognition, what specific attributes have you considered for recognizing any image or the face exclusively? Are there any specific, because the values I have seen, the measures and values I have seen, CAR, CBR, FAR, ESR, or something like that. Fine, but specifically to identify the face of a person, because as you're talking about video clips, dynamic video clips, for example, if you're capturing the video clips being captured by a surveillance camera, and you will take a frame of around 5 or 10 seconds or something like that. From that, we'll be capturing the image clips, and from that, you will be identifying the person. So, assume in that video clip, you do have the image being captured of an animal or so. Right? Yeah. If you take the face of a human being, what are the various specific attributes you will consider, or you have considered to identify that this is so and so, this is so and so?
So normally we consider the facial features based on the eyes, nose, chin portion, and the jaw, such things. Sir.
How
this
many?
can be
How
captured
many
by means 12, sir.
Okay.
Now here, like we have gone for also Euler-Jones face detection algorithm, which puts a binding box on the outside region of the face, and the inside region of it is extracted from there. That is Euler-Jones face detection algorithm, which is an existing algorithm again taken here to find the face regions. Okay. Euler-Jones face detection algorithm.
Okay. Okay. And does your research also includes voice?
Yes, sir. It includes voice.
Any specific techniques for identification of voice?
Yes, sir. I have done the work based on rough C-medoid and fuzzy C-medoid. Okay. I compared it with the C-means algorithm, C-medoid algorithm, and C-means algorithm. Both when compared, and work is going on, sir, right now.
Then how do you train the modules?
The voice extraction from we make a separate voice database from the same data, video data, separating the audio first, and then marking the end points by silent, unvoiced, and voiced region detection. And after that, finding the features based on Mel frequency cepstral coefficients, MFCC, sir.
Have you started testing or still in collection?
It's in the progress stage right now.
Fine. And anyways, you're talking about voice and face. Okay, in general applications, all of us know to identify the face, and exclusively for security purpose or anything else that can be done. Do you quote any novel applications of your this one approach?
Yes, so it's mainly for like corporate sectors where there are like a huge number of people work inside. So a potential threat, security and protection is needed from intruders. Such places, from cooperative subject, we collect the data, voice and face, and then we just keep in the database, and then we process the whoever comes as probe right now. And then we'll match with the existing database. If it is correlated, he belongs to the set. Otherwise, he does not belong to the set, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Yes, sir. It was nice.
Sir?
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Is there any logic behind how do you fix the threshold for skin color?
Skin color is mainly based on the threshold, sir. Threshold is based on experimentation nature. It is for Indian skin we have set the values, sir, based on indexed image. A series of images has been taken now. Like one video will have minimum 180 frames, ma'am. That has been computed. So 180 frames means we will get 180 images per particular frame, and different lighting condition, different expression while speaking, and all this taken into consideration with the skin color, and with this by experimentation that threshold has been detected. There is a previous paper also related with respect to this, and the skin color for the adapted database slightly changes here.
Yeah. Have you tested on any standard data set or some real-time data set?
Both it has been done, madam. Standard database also has been used for this work, ma'am.
Yeah, good. Sir, is there any reason for choosing a principal component analysis?
It is one of the way we can capture the features or attributes in a best fitting manner, ma'am, in the context of least square error. Least square error based, it's the best fitting features that are extracted, and that will give geometrical features of the face also based on eigenvalues and eigenvectors.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you so much. Next participant is Mr. Shreyan Singh and Dr. Sasikumar on cloud-based real-time weather monitoring system using multi-hop communication. Mr. Shreyan Singh, Sasikumar.
Yes, sir.
And share the screen with us.
So, is the screen visible?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. The topic for the paper is cloud-based real-time weather monitoring system using multi-hop communication. The abstract. The proposed work in the paper is an IoT-based weather monitoring system to collect the real-time weather data and send the data to ThinkSpeak server platform and simultaneously store the data to Google Cloud database known as Google Firebase. The objective is to design a system which is more energy efficient, comparatively economical, and requires minimum manual intervention. The main goal of the research was to use multi-hop communication, which is more energy as well as cost efficient method as compared to single hop communication for large scale wireless sensor networks. Finally, using node gateway architecture, we demonstrated the multi-hop communication as implementation of IoT based weather monitoring system. The system uses Wi-Fi as a medium for communication, which makes the system very scalable and requires less maintenance. Now, for decades, the changes in weather conditions have been observed because changes in these atmospheric conditions have a direct impact on human life and existence. Weather monitoring is an essential practical implementation of the concept of Internet of Things. Weather monitoring system is used for observing and collecting various environmental parameters of the area where they are installed, and this data can be analyzed or used for weather forecasting. Using internet, the data from the IoT device can be transferred to the cloud and then from cloud to the end user. Now we'll talk about two important terms, node gateway architecture and multi-hop communication. So in node gateway architecture, it has essentially three main components: node, gateway, and cloud. Each sensor is attached to a microcontroller that is responsible for acquiring the data. The microcontroller, along with the sensor, is called a sensor node. It is a self-contained deployable unit that captures the data generated by the sensors. The sensor node does not have enough processing power, memory, and storage to deal with the data locally. So it sends the data to a central location using wireless communication. This hub that acts as an aggregator of multiple multiple raw data sets generated by sensor node is called an IoT gateway. Now, IoT gateway acts as a communication bridge between IoT sensor network and cloud server. The IoT gateway connects with the cloud over Wi-Fi or Ethernet or 3G, 4G modem. Now we'll talk about the multi-hop communication. So the two ways of communication in wireless sensor networks are the single hop and multi-hop communication schemes. In the diagram, the blue circle represents the base or the central station, the red circle represents the aggregation node, and the green circle are the sensors. In the left is the diagram of single hop communication, where all the sensors send the information collected directly to the base station. This forms a sensor network where the endpoints, which are the source and destination, are the only two stations in the network. So data is being directly jumping from one point to final between the final endpoints. So this is a single hop communication. Now we'll talk about multi-hop. So in this, all the sensors send the information to a subsequent node called the aggregation node, and then those nodes collect the information and finally send them to the base station. This forms a sensor network where, aside from the two endpoints, at least one other station exists in the paths between the source and destination. Now, we will talk about some advantages of multi-hop communication in mainly three fields: energy efficiency, cost efficiency, and time efficiency. So first, energy efficiency. Now, this part has been physically experimentally verified in the paper on the problem of efficiency of multi-hop versus one-hop routing in wireless sensor networks by S. Fedor and M. Collier. So as the network becomes more and more complex, which it gets in wireless sensor networks, which has hundreds of nodes between the source and the destination. So in such a dense network with many potential relays to the base station, a multi-hop routing scheme will be more advantageous over single hop scheme. Now, it is based on mainly two factors. The first one is transmission distance. So as the distance between the source and the base station increases, the multi-hop routing schemes become more advantageous. And the second option is the optimal location of the relay. So finding the distance of relay should be placed from where the relay should be placed from both the sink and the source also increases the energy efficiency of the multi-hop when compared to the single hop. And for two hop communication, it was practically verified in that paper that the power saved by the two hop communication will be maximum when relay is equally distant from source and sink. Now we'll talk about the cost efficiency. So generally the price of a cloud platform is about $0.5 to $2 for sending certain number of messages to the cloud. Suppose multiple sensors are connected to devices like Arduino and Node MCU. So each of these are called a sensor node. So in single hop communication, each of these sensor nodes will form a direct connection to the cloud platform, which will increase the number of connections and finally will increase the number of messages or data which is being sent from the two endpoints. So because of the direct connection between the nodes and the cloud, in a single hop scheme, it will cost more money. Whereas in multi-hop communication, all the sensor nodes firstly send the data to a base station, which collects the data. And then it will send the data as a single thread to the cloud platform. So in this case, only a single connection is formed between the base station and the cloud. And we have reduced the number of nodes and also the number of messages which are being sent to the cloud. Now we'll talk about the time efficiency. So as in a single hop communication, all the sensors will be sending data directly to the cloud. So we have for each unit which is deployed in a single hop communication over an area, we have to take care of the delay because some of the cloud platforms take a message and then wait for some time before taking another message. So in case of using single hop communication for very large sensor networks, we have to adjust the time delays of that specific unit before it sends another data. And moreover, we have to also coordinate with other units which are deployed in that area, so the data does not clash with each other. Whereas in multi-hop communication, each sensor node sends the data to the central station. So in this way, there will be very less chance of collision because we can manage the delay very easily, and there will be less problem for data clashing with each other. Now, these were some recent 2020 research papers which were done in this field. So in these papers, the processing unit used were microcontrollers, and there was no central intelligent unit which was being used. And the choice of communication scheme that they used were single hop communication. So now coming to the proposed system, the proposed system in this paper demonstrates multi-hop communication using node gateway architecture. In this system, Wi-Fi technology is used as a medium to transmit the data. Each node MCU acts as a sensor node, and the Raspberry Pi, which is the central base station, acts as the gateway to the cloud platform. The node MCUs collect the real-time weather data and send the data over Wi-Fi to RPi. The Raspberry Pi continuously keeps on receiving the data and sending the data over Wi-Fi to ThinkSpeak platform for graphical representation and to Google Firebase database to store the data values of the collected weather parameters. Now, this is the algorithm of the proposed system. First step was connect the sensors to the respective node MCUs. Second, powering up the Raspberry Pi and access it remotely using VNC Viewer. Third step was initializing the CGI server on the Raspberry Pi. The CGI Common Gateway Interface provides an interface between the HTTP server and the executable programs which handle the GET POST requests. Step 4 was uploading the C program using Arduino IDE on the respective node MCUs. The node MCU connects to the Wi-Fi using SSID and password of the Wi-Fi network and connects to the Raspberry Pi using IP of the Raspberry Pi. Step 5 was the C programs will trigger the Python scripts kept in the CGI bin folder on the Raspberry Pi using CGI server and will send the data to the RPi. The Python scripts in the CGI folder on Raspberry Pi will log the received weather data from the two sensor nodes, which are node MCU, into the text files and then send the same data to ThinkSpeak server for graphical user representation using ThinkSpeak's API. Seventh step was executing the final Python program, which on the Python IDE on Raspberry Pi, which merges the data from the text files into a final text file and uploads the data, merged data thread, like a single thread to the Google Firebase database. Now, these were the results. These were the ThinkSpeak results. A channel with 6 fields was created on ThinkSpeak. The received live data is represented graphically on ThinkSpeak channel, and the graph can be used by the end users to get a daily update of the past as well as the present weather conditions of the surrounding. This is the final text file which contains merged weather data from the two sensor nodes.
It's more than 10 minutes. I request you to wind up.
Okay, sir. And finally, this is the data which was stored in Google Firebase database. So this is the conclusion. So the proposed system uses multi-hop communication, which is energy efficient, comparatively economical, and time saving. The system uses Wi-Fi as a medium, which makes it scalable and requires less maintenance. The system worked continuously for 9 hours without any manual intervention. The system collects and stores and displays all the data on the web, which means it does not have any physical display, thus it has less power consumption. The user can get access to this real-time weather data from a distant location as the data is readily available over the internet. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Shreyan Singh, thank you for choosing trending this one requirement of the cloud-based real-time weather monitoring system using multi-hop environment, right? Yeah. What is the need for this? Because already if you have a mobile phone with you or devices where you can deploy it to your household or any other place, irrespective of alternate devices where you can monitor the weather conditions and you can act accordingly. Now at this scenario, why is this? Why are you talking about again weather monitoring system and all?
So we can measure the temperature and all this using mobile devices, but sir, actually, if we take mobile devices, it generally tells temperature and all these general values. But the paper mainly focuses on the advantages of multi-hop communication because, sir, it's not just these 4 sensors which can be deployed: gas sensor and air quality sensor. There are many types of sensors which can be deployed. So when we looked at the previous papers, they were giving advantage to single hop communication. Whereas, as I described, multi-hop communication has many advantages when deployed over a large wireless sensor networks. So that's why, sir, we chose this system.
Okay, you have mentioned the goals for your this one proposal is one is more energy efficient scenario. The second one is cost effective, building a cost effective system, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You have discussed about the transmission distance and all communication. You have mentioned in $0.5 to $2 to send a message from single host to cloud. All those things, fine. So in terms of messaging or communication system, you said that okay, instead of multiple single hosts communicating to the cloud directly, these base stations or nodes which are used as mediators or aggregators will
aggregator. Yes.
In that case, the cost will be reduced. But in that scenario, cost will be obviously reduced. I do agree with you. But leaving the distance part apart, if you are implementing multiple nodes, multiple aggregators, what about the cost of implementing these multiple aggregators? You're concentrating on communication cost. I'm
Yes,
asking
sir.
you a query on implementation of multiple aggregator nodes.
Yes, sir.
How can you say that cost is effective if more number of aggregators are have to be implemented or deployed in the scenario where do you want to measure or monitor the weather?
Yes, sir. Thank you for asking the question, sir. So first thing was that, sir, if we are obviously if we are applying this in a small location, then single hop will be a better choice, because then there is no need for a central station. Directly we can send, like if for a home we are just applying. But
Yes.
sir, if we are applying for a in a smart city or in a big area, then
Yes.
we need a central station and intelligent unit, sir, because as I told, these microcontrollers do not have the memory power, the storage power to process the data on their own. They just collect the data and send the data. But in smart cities or any other modern application, or if you are applying large area, there must be a central system which collects the data and then directly sends the data, so that there is not very much complexity in our system. Because if we are applying single hop in a very large network, there will be very much time. We have to put time delays also, so that data does not clash between each other. That will be very complex, sir.
Fine, I understand these as WLANs, right? A sensor, wireless sensor nodes, right?
Yes,
What about energy? Because one of your goals was also more energy efficient. And as these are WLANs, then what about the consumption of energy and energy efficiency? And where do you supply the energy for these nodes if multi-hop environment is being deployed on a large scale?
Sir, when coming to, sir, energy efficiency part, we have to it's more energy efficient because first thing was that if we consider two hop communication, so if we are keeping our aggregation nodes from equal, like it was practically proved in that paper, if we are keeping our aggregation nodes equally distant from the source and the sink, that then it's a better choice to use multi-hop communication as compared to single hop communication. So like in this, as the distance increases between the two final endpoints, using small nodes in between is more energy efficient as compared to directly transmitting the data from one endpoint to another endpoint. Second thing was, as sir, all the data is being uploaded to the cloud, so there is no like physical station present. So there is no like television or LCD present. So 50 to 60 watts LCD around, I think, consumes. So in that way also, it's there is no physical station present. So directly one can view on the cloud. So
Yeah,
that
have
helps.
you observed any difference in the consumption of the energy in two different cases? Assume the first case is communicating the information, the captured physical information to the base station. The second scenario, if you take communicating the information to the cloud. So will there be any difference in communication and the energy efficiency?
So I have not personally calculated that
but
in this paper.
that is the most important research that has to be carried out, because everyone is
Yes,
talking
sir,
about
yes.
cloud and deployment of cloud, usage of cloud and all those things, but
Yes, sir.
communicating cost also you have been comparing, but energy
Yes, sir.
efficiency comparison in communicating to a local base station when compared to that
Yes,
of
sir.
communicating to the cloud, that's because even if you see, you'll not
It's
get much
important.
research papers on this area.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Everyone is talking about price, cost, and all these, but what
Yes, sir.
communication mechanism, how does it affects the regular behavior of those things? Because all those are
Yes, sir.
deviations, right? About definitely energy consumption matters a lot. And the last query from my part is, you are talking about Arduino and C language. Why C? I got it out. Why C?
Sir, programming in Arduino IDE used that C language.
Why don't you go for embedded C, which is very compatible and easy for interfacing also? Why C? Why don't you try embedded C instead of C? Because anyways, you're talking about Raspberry Pi and Python interface, right? So you do
Yes,
have rich libraries. So why don't you go for embedded C instead of C? Because
sir.
learning embedded C is not a big task. If you know C,
Yes,
how to write C, then it is as same as you're writing the code in MSc, but interfacing becomes easier because you're talking about Arduino and interfacing with all those things. Better if there is any possibility, try for that.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
I'll definitely look into all this.
yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes.
Professor, I am thinking about what about the storage complexity? You didn't discuss that, because whether the aggregate node is storing only the aggregate values or all the values, then storage complexity will be huge, right? What
Ma'am,
solution you are providing?
ma'am, storage complexity, like in the Raspberry Pi, if all the, ma'am, first thing was that sending data to cloud as a single, it's sending as a single thread, like 6 different values were firstly merged as a single file, and then it was sending. So that sending data from as a single text file reduces the space. Yes, ma'am, but if we are sending all the data to the central station, that it increases the storage, but that's why we are using Raspberry Pi, which has the capacity for storing the data as our central station.
Okay. Then you mentioned that one more thing. You have mentioned
Yes.
there is a single connection exists. So how do you provide a fault tolerance in case of failure?
Sorry, ma'am, I couldn't hear, ma'am.
You have mentioned that there is a single connection exists. So how do you provide a fault tolerance in case of failure?
Fault tolerance.
Yeah.
Oh,
Suppose
ma'am,
the fast.
ma'am, voice is breaking. Sorry, ma'am, what? Hello? Hello?
Hello, is it
Hello?
audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Now it's audible.
Yeah. Sir, you have mentioned there is a single connection exists. I'm asking about in case of failure, is there any fault tolerance mechanism
Ma'am,
or whether data is lost?
ma'am, ma'am, single connection in if we are using in multi-hop communication, there is we are using wireless transmission. We are using. If in case the wireless transmission cannot be provided, then we can use wired connection for trans. If in case, then we can use wired connection for transmission of data, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
And I would like to call the next participant, Mr. G. Karthi and Kambalipuram Sandeep on battery bulge identification, the avoidance of firing system using a lot IoT.
Hello, sir. My name
Please.
is Sandeep.
Kindly
Can
share
I?
the screen and proceed.
Yes, sir. Sir, is audible? Sir, is visible, sir? Screen.
Yes, it's visible. Kindly start. Your time is 8 minutes.
Sir, our project title is battery bulge identification and avoidance of firing system using IoT. And our author is Mr. G. Karthi. He is assistant professor in Kalsalingam Academy of Research and Education. And myself, Sandeep, studying final year in Kalsalingam Academy of Research and Education. And my friends are Harshavardhan and Balaji Dilip. They are also the co-authors of this project. And our main motto of this project is in these days, the electronic means the electric vehicles are increasing, but the electric vehicles we are using the batteries. So when the battery is going to bulge, it causes to fire, and it happens some accidents. And also maybe in sometimes the voltage or temperature will increase due to battery. So to avoid this, we are going to this project. And
Can you please maximize the screen, because lot much of text is there on the screen and it's not visible clearly. Put in slideshow.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sorry for. Yes, sir. Is it visible, sir?
Yes, yes, now it's visible. Proceed.
Yes, sir. What I said is nowadays the electronic vehicles are usage of battery is more increased in anywhere. So due to that, the batteries may bulge, or else sometimes the voltage will decrease, or sometimes the temperature will increase in the batteries. So at that time the accidents will be happen, or blast will be happen. So due to decrease that, or else or due to that problems, we gone through this project. And the description is battery is the most important component for any device, as it powers the whole system, and it is important to monitor the voltage levels of the battery as improper charging and discharging. So we have gone through this battery management system, which monitors all the battery package like voltage, current, temperature, and the battery bulge identification also. And yeah, same here. We we check the temperature of battery and all. And this is a block diagram. We have used a ESP32 microcontroller for getting all the mm, uh, all the output of data from sensors like temperature sensor, voltage sensor, and current sensor. We have used a push buttons to know that if battery is bulged, then the push button is pressed and it will show that battery is bulged like that. We have used analog to digital converter because temperature sensor will give the analog output. So to convert it, we have used ADC. In the ESP32 microcontroller also, we have analog to digital converter, but we are using here Bluetooth to send the information from ESP32 to Blink application. For that purpose, ADC, analog to digital converter, will not work. That's why we have used analog to digital converter. And this is our methodology start, and after that we will ESP32 microcontroller will on all the data from current sensor, temperature sensor, and voltage sensor. It will go to microcontroller, and then the values will be displayed in the Blink application. And that if it is normal means it is okay, or else we'll go through and we will change it. And the conclusion is uh, we are using ESP32 and it will display what is the temperature and other things on the Blink application. And the advantages are we can use it in like electronic vehicles and small solar systems and householding batteries, like that. What is the main disadvantage is we can't use it in mobile phones, and like small objects we can't use it. um, that's it, sir. This is what the project is. um, the, this what we done. This is the hardware part. Yeah, sir, that's it.
Okay, Mr. Sandeep.
Yes, sir.
We are talking about battery bulge identification and avoidance of firing system using IoT. The
Yes, sir.
which, right?
Yes, sir.
Tell me, as you have chosen this topic, what is the probability of occurrence of fire or blast in the battery in general?
So mainly,
No, on an average, what might be the probability?
maybe more than 25% like that, sir. May in the case of mobile phones, it is more, sir, but it is more than 50% like that in case of mobiles. If it is comes to electronic vehicles or also household batteries, it may be more than 20%.
On what basis? On what basis are you saying that it is more than 20%? Or have you seen any case study where these batteries are being used in automobile vehicles or any other places in any of the countries? Not only.
Yes, sir, we have seen that somewhere these batteries bulged and some accidents has been happened due to this battery bulge in somewhere in some other countries like that. Not much, but this is also one case. That's why.
So if you feel that if it is even though more than 20%, even all the entire world is moving towards the entire automobile industry is moving towards this EV.
Uh, no, sir, not
Eh?
like that.
And okay, fine. Anyways, have you chosen this topic? What are the primary, according to you, what do you think are the primary reasons for this?
Sir, means primary reasons means electronic vehicles only, sir. Electric
No, no.
vehicles
You're
nowadays,
saying that bulging of battery and occurrence of fire, blast of batteries, and all those things. What
yes,
do
sir.
you think is the primary or are the primary reasons for occurrences of fire or bulging of the batteries?
It's not a
I mean, due to improper maintenance or the material that is being used to prepare the battery, or the amount of charge that is being done for the battery, or its usage, or what? What are the various parameters that lead for bulging of battery or occurrence of fire?
so maybe at sometimes voltage will be increased, sir, or
Where,
at that time
where is the voltage increased?
from the battery,
How
or
or why?
it will decrease after some days.
Why? What might be the reason for that? Okay. You're talking about when you have battery, you presented your battery monitoring system. Somewhere you have pointed it as Blink application.
Yes, sir.
BLYNK. What actually is that Blink application? Have you developed any application, mobile application, or any web
No, sir.
application for
No, sir. It's already in the Play Store or App Store. We have downloaded from it, and when we are using these microcontrollers, it will help to collect the data, sir.
that? Okay, you are interfacing the data which has been collected by your sensors to the Blink application.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you are embedding that application. So you have to download that application in your mobile phone, and you have to embed that or interface the device which you have developed, a battery monitoring system, to that application. Am I
Yes,
true?
sir. Yes, sir. And we have used Arduino IDE to code the microcontroller, sir. ESP32 microcontroller.
Why do you go for still Arduino? Still in this era, why do you go for Arduino?
Sir,
What
it
is
is
the
most easy to means not most easy, but I am better in that.
Have you ever worked on Pi?
Sir, no, sir. I am not familiar with that. I am
Because in the
familiar.
earlier days, people used to think that Pis are costlier when compared to that of Arduino, because the scenarios like this: earlier breadboard, then Arduino, then Pi, and latest versions, right? So now, when implementing or procuring Pi is peanuts. Though again, complex what a setup of your Arduino and interfacing. Instead of going for that, why don't you implement? Because anyways, I could see the prototype of your this one BMS to be not it's not small, it's huge. So why don't you go for your Pi and reduce the complexity? Because interfacing becomes much more easier.
Sir, because we are familiar with Arduino IDE, sir. That's why
Because
we have
always
means
see, I'd like to
our
give you some
star.
suggestion. Always go for innovative and smart work instead of going for complex and critical interfacing and all. As you're dealing with IoT, now in the earlier days it was okay, but my kind suggestion to you is just try to work on Pi in such a way that work becomes easy, and the results also will be accurate for you when compared to that of the earlier this one, what your prototypes.
Sure, sir.
Okay.
Sure, sir.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, may I know how your system is different from existing system? I think all these things are already available.
Ma'am, these voltage sensor and current sensor like these are available, but we come across with the battery bulge identification, and in the existing systems they didn't use this blink application and all. Somewhere, if they used it, they didn't use this bulge one, ma'am. Bulge. We have that. That is the new what we came with.
Okay. would you give any, are you having any module for giving alert before bulging?
Ma'am, before bulging, ma'am. Before bulging, it's not there anything, ma'am.
Okay. Because before reaching critical stage, if you have alert module, it will be better, right?
Yes, ma'am. But that's why we came across with voltage and temperature, ma'am. If voltage decreases, then it is part that the battery is going to bulge in some days like that. Then we need to change the battery like that, ma'am.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank
you
you,
so
ma'am.
much.
Thank
Next
you.
participant Satish Raghav and Himanshu Sagu on live object detection distance measurement. Satish Raghav, Himanshu Sagu. Yes, your presentation is visible. Kindly proceed.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Is my screen visible also?
Yes, yes. Please proceed.
So basically, sir, I am Kshitij Raghav and my co-author is Himanshu Sagu, and we are going to present on this topic the live object detection and the distance measurement. So, sir, for the biography part, I am Kshitij Raghav, a BTech undergraduate from the DTU, Delhi Technological University in the Bhawana in the New Delhi, in the Electronics and Communication branch. And I've done many open source projects contributing to the Django framework, and this is basically our qualification for me, for my co-author Himanshu Sagu, and our supervisor Dr. Ganesh. So let me jump on to the abstract of our model. So basically this paper focuses on the detection of object and measuring its distance without the use of in-depth camera or any ultrasonic devices. Like for example, it only uses software technologies, only by using a webcam or just a smartphone camera. And by adding the voice assistant to our model, it can be used to aid the blind people in the day-to-day life activities, like what is in front of them. It can detect like, for example, uh, currency, 100 rupees currency, 10 rupees currency, for example, the object in front of them. There's a banana in front of me, there's a bottle in front of me, there's a car in front of me, there's a red light, and anything. It can detect anything in the automatic. So basically the scope is it can be used to aid the blind people, and also it can be used in the automatic cars, enabling them to sense their environment and react accordingly. It can also be used inside a bot for collecting data for the analysis purpose. So it can also be used with the in-depth camera, and to improve their algorithm efficiency, like electronic image stabilization is used with optical image stabilization in the mobile phones to get a better image stabilization. So basically, sir, we are using the Eurovision technology for the object detection model, which is single shot detection. And if I take you to the description part, like what we are doing in the project is we first take the input from a smartphone camera, from the video input. For example, we have taken video input from the camera, and then we stream it live over IP webcam app. And then from a server, which is a laptop or any kind of server, we can use, like for example, GPU as well. We take the input of the video stream and process it through our model to give the runtime results. It first uses YOLO v3 to detect object classes in the frames, and then create a bounding boxes around the object classified, and returns the class name, the class to which the objects belong. So for example, a banana, for example, a bottle, for example, a guitar, a laptop, or anything it can be. And also the centroid coordinates x0 and y0 in which the frame it is detected. Width and height parameters along. Width and height is basically the width and height of the bounding boxes, along with the probability of classification. For example, how much probable it is that it is actually a banana, it is actually a mobile phone. The output of this model, the output from this model is then will be used as an input to our next model. Basically, this is just an innovation that we can use. We can combine both the object detection and the object classification together to make it useful. So our next model derives its basics and formulas from the basic triangles law. For example, there's a lens system. We are going to derive the from the triangles law, like how much distance is there between the object and the camera module. I'll tell you how. Um, then it then basically after calculating, it takes the width and height parameter that is calculated in the YOLO V3 model and the centroid coordinates as an input parameters, and then maps the distance calculated to a predicted class. For example, the predicted class is a bottle in front of me. So it maps the distance calculated for the predicted class. How it does it? For example, the output of the YOLO V3 is given inside an array data structure. So by traversing the array and storing the values for each class and the distance measurement, it can map it accordingly in a dictionary. Then to make it more useful for the visually challenged people, we added a voice assistance, that is Win32 client, that would announce the name of the class predicted along with the distance predicted in the real time. This is all happening in the real time. For example, a person is moving, he's seeing something, he's getting the output in the real time. By connecting it to the smartphone camera and the mobile network, basically this can also be done from the laptop webcam also, but we tried to like increase the range of our range of a project, so we connected it to the smartphone camera and the network. We are able to increase the range of its working, and by powering up the GPU of the servers, we are just college students, so we have access to our laptops, and of course we don't have access to very costly GPU. So by powering up the GPU of the servers, we can increase the frame per second's rate of detection. We can detect in 60 FPS. Right now, in a Windows laptop, the FPS I am detecting is 2 FPS. If I switch to the MacBook Pro, it increases up to the 6 to 7 FPS. But if you use the GPU of Google GPUs, like expensive GPUs, it can also go up to 60 FPS. So this is the project. We are getting the video input. We are passing into the YOLO V3, and as I submit the research paper, I've also scaled this project up to use a YOLO V4 algorithm, which is even more stable. So after the output goes from YOLO V3, it inputs to the model of object detection, and then we are going to add the voice assistance to it. So basically, we have tested our models for different classes. We are getting the accuracy of around 87.55%, which we have calculated using dataset during the testing, which is I think quite good for our model. These are the observations which are recording under good lighting conditions. The basic drawback of this model is which needs to be improved. I'm going to also tell you about the future scopes that this model can hold. This can act as a backbone for many other research papers, which other people can improve and like implement it. Accuracy may get affected in the low lighting condition. First of all, this is a low lighting condition. We were currently unable to improve, like it is getting results, but not very that high kind of results. Also, like we have, if you can say, we have increased the accuracy a little bit in the low lighting condition by connecting it to the smartphone camera. For example, you know that laptop webcam is not very good in resolution and in nowadays, for example, iPhone 12, we have very good low lighting conditions. So we have improved it like this by connecting it to the smartphone camera as well. But
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Kshitij, your 10 minutes time is completed. Please complete.
Okay, sir. This is the sample result which we have seen, and this is the conclusion. Shall I conclude it or?
Yes, Raghav. Appreciate you have advanced one level more, and you have started or initiated calculation of distance also, the distance measurement, not only for identification of live objects, right? In this regard, I do have a few queries which I'd like to ask you. See, first thing you said that regular smartphone camera is suffice to do this particular task of detecting the live objects and distance measurement.
Yes,
fine, good concept, because you're describing the drawbacks of webcam resolution and all those things. But my query is, even after being said that regular smartphone camera is enough to capture the videos, and you again said that it has to be live streamed over IP webcam.
Yes, sir. For example, we need some very big calculations in the GPU. We need GPU to implement the model. We need
So
GPU.
directly supply it as an input to your server, whatever the server you might be running, and why it has to be streamed live over IP webcam again?
We have in a particular model, we don't have access to the GPU servers, so we have to test the models. We have we have live stream on the using the IP webcam to test our model. Basically, we have implemented this way. There's a chance, I've already told you that you can use the big GPUs. For example, big companies have a lot of GPU servers in there, like Google and any big company. So they can afford and they can use it on the GPU.
Okay, and once it is captured, once the classes or image classes have been captured, then you are talking about the classification. What classification algorithms are being used?
Sir, it uses a YOLO v3 algorithm which uses darknet 53, which has 53 layers of convolutional neural networks and batch normalization layers. So after passing through that network, it can be detected in a single shot, which is a very fast. And YOLO v3 is trained on POCO dataset, which is a million of images. So it is a very fast, very highly accurate model, and also has scaled to the YOLO v4.
So you say that it is more efficient than any other existing classification algorithm?
Yes, sir. According to data also.
Okay, and one more thing you have mentioned, I liked it actually. It for what disabled people also, voice assistance is being done, and you're saying that the same thing is being converted into voice, and as a support, voice message or voice what signals will be transmitted in such a way that even the disabled people also can be aware of that. Have you ever tested the time getting text and converting into voice and giving it as output? How much time is being taken? Have you
Sir,
ever tested it?
sir, it happens in a real time. Like there's a very less delay, maybe less than a second. Even if I'm doing it on my laptop. So if you are going to use a good GPU server, good networks, and my laptop takes some time to implement the YOLO v3 model because it does not support that great GPU servers. So if you are going to accelerate the GPU, then it is going to give even more better results. And it constantly refreshes its rate after 1 second. So basically, even if you are able to determine the multiple objects in a video frame, then it is going to announce it to the listener. And sir, there are a lot of improvements from this research paper. It can be used on a backbone. For example, you can also detect the angle as well. You can also detect the, for example, a social distancing app, right? Which is the similarity law. We pre-calculate the distance of both the human being. We using similarity law, we can just scale the results and get a better output. But of course, it is a million of images, and it is not feasible for me alone to do that.
Okay, because the main purpose of my asking you this question was you said that okay, this can be applied in autonomous cars and real-time applications. Because if voice messages gets time bit because the information has to be converted to text to voice, then voice has to be given as the output. So if it takes time, then definitely you're talking about the application of this scenario in autonomous cars and many other real-time or dynamic applications. So definitely time plays a vital role.
Yes,
That was the reason I was asking you. And one more important query I had was distance measurement. Why do you think this distance measurement has to be done?
Sir, because this project aims for particularly at aiding the blind people. So of course, the blind people needs to know like there's a bottle in front of them. I'm giving you two information. For example, you are a blind people, and I'm giving you two information. A bottle is front of you. You just blindly search for the bottle. If I'm telling you the bottle is front of you is in 11 inches far from you, then you approximately had an idea like how much far is a bottle, and you can just
Can you customize them? Because the distance, because at what level the alarming or the voice stats or can you customize them?
Sir, what do you mean by customizing?
Because distance, because how what is the threshold distance where this alarming message will be given? Because it varies. If you're talking about for disabled people, varies. If you're talking about the vehicles, autonomous cars, because assume you are going at a high pace around 100 or 120. So definitely within fraction of nanosecond, you reach around miles of distance, right? So if you are on a high pace and without any limits on the road which the particular vehicle is being traveled, so what importance does the distance carries out in autonomous vehicles on a dynamic vehicle if it is on a good pace?
Sir, it depends on the camera which you are capturing. Of course, for example, if you have a high FPS camera, you are going to get, if you are low FPS camera, you are going to get a blurry image when you are at a speed. So it is difficult for the module to capture, model to get the accurate distance. If you're using a high FPS camera, as you can see, you can get for every frame, you can get a clear image, and using that clear image as an input to our model, it can give a comparatively high results.
And as it is a dynamic application of capturing the real-time videos or frames or clips or classes, whatever you call it, what about data management?
Sir, what?
Data management.
Sir,
huge amount of data will be live captured.
Yes, sir. It is live capture, and it is not like it is stored somewhere. It is live capture. It is processed, and then new data is captured.
Even it has to be processed. If it has to be processed, it has to be stored somewhere, right?
Yes, of course, sir. There are this minimum requirement is of course going to be needed for the, if you are going to implement such a good software for the blind people.
No, my query was: do you think that a local database is sufficient?
Sir, I think.
Assume you are successful, your prototype is successful, and you are deploying this in hundreds of autonomous vehicles, right? Manless vehicles.
Yes, sir.
Then where do you store the data and how much? So if that has to be communicated, the stored data or the captured data has to be communicated to the cloud for processing, then again everything has to be autonomous, right? Again, your cloud, internet, and all. How much technology has to be implemented or utilized?
Sir, I have not tested on that level. That is actually system design level where you have.
But you have to, because anyways you have taken a good concept. You have advanced one level of measuring the distance also. You have to do that. And last query from my side is, surprisingly or interestingly, when you have shown one table of accuracy, right? Vehicles 94% accuracy you have mentioned, okay, because of lighting and all those things, fine. But how come animals 91% and humans 87%?
Sir, I actually don't have any like idea. It is a model which is working like that. Where I have to do a lot of research. You know, I'm a final year student. I also have to study about the place.
Good. I do appreciate that. Being in final year, you are doing this, because anyways, I have seen your what supervisor's profile also. Better you make some analysis on this. Why animals, when it is being tested on animals, it is showing somewhat high tech accuracy when compared to that of human beings. Why? What are the various factors? Because that values a lot in real time applications.
Yes, sir. You are exactly right. This is a work that needs to be done.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Sir, again coming back to this accuracy table, I can find traffic signs are getting lower accuracy. Even traffic signs are at good lighting scenarios. How this accuracy is lowered?
Ma'am, actually, we have used the YOLO V3 algorithm. I have not tested it on the YOLO V4 algorithm, so I cannot just like exactly say that this is the final data after this. So basically, as I've told to the sir, I actually haven't gone quite deep inside to the table, like why it is classifying exactly 94% and toys. Of course, it depends on like what kind of images we are capturing, what kind of angles we are holding onto the camera, and there are a lot of factors. For example, for car we are holding the camera in front of the car. For traffic lights, it's a little bit slanted, so it becomes quite a difficult maybe to analyze the distance for it. Comparatively, it's not like it's impossible, but maybe that is causing the little bit of fluctuations.
Okay. And another thing, in real-time application, suppose at particular instant, multiple vehicles are coming. How will be the output? Whether it will detect all the vehicles or the most nearest one, how it predicts?
It detects a vehicle with the highest probability. 6 parameters are given in the output: the class name, the X naught, the Y naught, the width, the height, and the probability of the YOLO V3 algorithm. So it detects like which the thing has the highest probability, and which is the nearest to the blind people. It classifies that, and the frame refreshes after every 1 second. So output is given inside an array. We traverse the array, we get the output, and we get the audio result, and then it is displayed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. The next participant is KRT and Dr. B. Chidambarajan on a study on IoT and COT based wearable healthcare. KRT.
Yes, sir.
And
Can you hear me, sir?
proceed. Yes.
Okay, good morning all. Today I'm going to present the paper titled A Study on IoT and COT based wearable healthcare. Myself, my name is KRT, currently working as an assistant professor with the Department of ECE at SRM Malema Engineering College. My supervisors are Dr. B. Chidambarajan sir, who is currently working as principal and professor at SRM Malema Engineering College, and Dr. Revati ma'am. She is currently working as associate professor in the Department of Information Technology at SRM Malema Engineering College. Okay, so this is my abstract. In this paper, I had going to convey the importance of IoT and COT in wearable healthcare. As we know, today more than billions of people are using the internet for sending the mails, for receiving the mails, for accessing the web content, in using the social networking, and to do more of activities. So with this time, a lot of people can be having access to the vast amount of information which takes internet to the next higher level. Okay. So the gadgets and smart devices connected to internet are capable of connecting, communicating, computing, and coordinating with each other among the people, which raises the term IoT, Internet of Things. So this rising idea of Internet of Things has a potential of improving the day-to-day lives by interconnecting the smart objects, technologies, and applications. So as we know, most of the IoT devices in healthcare or wearable devices. So this wearable devices helps us to know the status of a patient or a person better, making the availability of quick diagnosis at reduced cost. So before the evolution of the internet and many technologies, the patients' visits to hospitals were limited. And also there is an absence of way out to provide the continuous monitoring and diagnosis of them. Okay, so after the development of this IoT technology and wearable technologies and so on, there is a possibility which has transformed the healthcare services into smart medical services, so that we can collect the information from the patients or a person in a continuous manner. So the wearable technology is one of the fastest growing global technologies in the healthcare sector. But the IoT devices are resource constrained in terms of power, storage, and computing resources. Because in day-to-day life, it seems the number of IoT devices seems an exponential growth. As the number of devices are getting increased, there is a massive amount of data getting generated by this IoT devices. So the processing of this processing of data and storage of this data has become a complex, has become a major drawback to handle with the limited processing and storage available in the IoT devices. So to handle this, we can go for cloud computing. Okay, so to overcome the resource constraints of IoT, the integration of cloud and IoT, which is known as Cloud of Things, can be employed as an efficient solution for bridging the communication in handling the heterogeneous devices and storage or processing. Next one, Internet of Things. So the Internet of Things is considered as the interconnection of physical objects. Here we can term these objects as things, which contains embedded technology to sense or to communicate, to interact with the external environment or other physical objects. The IoT redefines many aspects of our day. For example, when we are going out, we are going to shop, so there the IoT can help, or we can control the devices, we can automate the environment, we get the healthcare. In all the fields, the IoT is getting redefined day by day. The IoT can able to automate all the activities around us. For example, Alexa and so many applications which you are using in our daily life. The IoT can be able to use of smart technology by connecting the peoples at any time to accomplish anything at any place. The most important applications of IoT are smart home, wearable devices, smart city, smart parking, smart traffic, and smart retail, smart grid, energy management, and so on. The next one, IoT architecture. So basically the IoT systems have a 4-step architecture. In the first step, it is data collection. Okay, that is we are going to deploy the smart devices, and from the smart devices we are going to sense and collect the data. The next one, it is data aggregation and pre-processing. We are going to receive the data from the sensors in analog form, and we are going to convert the data to digital form before the processing. Also, we can employ the AI algorithms like machine learning or deep learning to perform the data processing. So the next step, it is data storage. So once the data is digitized and aggregated, we have to decide whether the data has to be stored in the device or in the cloud. So the application based on our application, we can store the data in the device or in the cloud. The next step, it is data analysis. So the data analysis is analyzed on the received data to perform the effective decision. The next one, IoT in healthcare. So before the evolution of Internet of Things, there will be a lack of.
8 minutes completed, 2 more minutes to go.
Sorry, sir, I can't get you.
Your 8 minutes of time is completed, now 2 more minutes to complete, time to finish as soon as possible.
Okay. So this is a wearable IoT. The wearable IoT based on IoT are used to capture, analyze, and aggregate the data to monitor the personal health and well-being. And these are the examples of wearable IoT in healthcare. So this is a classification of wearables in the healthcare field. So based on the different functionalities, we can classify the wearables into primary, secondary, power mode, communication mode, and deployment. The next one, it is organization of wrist-worn wearable devices. From this slide, we can see we can organize in the pattern of their functionality. The L1, that is in the level 1, it is going to receive only the output. In the level 2, it is going to receive the input as well as it is going to display the output. And in the level 3, it is going to send some intelligent information to the users. For that, we can implement some algorithms. The next one, dimensional classification of wearable devices. So based on the different functionalities and the dimensions, we can classify the wearable devices into application dimension, form dimension, and functionality dimension. And based on the application and purpose of wearables in healthcare, we can classify into 4 levels. The first 2 levels, which is monitoring assistive technology, that is to monitor the patients, or we can assist the patients like in Alzheimer's or so on. And the next 2 levels are prevention and communication technology. The next one, cloud of things. The cloud of things refers to the integration of Internet of Things and cloud computing. It is a new technological paradigm to remotely monitor, manage, and control of the IoT-enabled devices. Generally, the IoT devices are very resource constrained in terms of memory, processing, storage, and battery. So when it is integrated along with the cloud computing, it brought a new paradigm which is called as cloud of things. So the COT is a approach which is used to integrate heterogeneous resources of network physical objects with this virtually unlimited computing and storage capacities. The next one, importance of cloud of things. So as the IoT devices are resource constrained, we can employ this IoT devices along with the cloud computing. So it can deliver the effective services in a dynamic and distributed way. So the next one, it is the complementary aspects of cloud and IoT. That is
more than 10 minutes, kindly close. Please.
Okay, sir.
Any sessions can proceed with the session chats.
Yeah, Ms. Aarti,
Yes,
as you rightly said, IoT devices are resource constant in terms of computing and storage. That is the reason there is a need for a cloud of things. Fine, definitely all of us have to agree for that. But please emphasize how power, the constant related to power is overcome when you're going for COD.
Sir, when we have to process more amount of data and we have to transfer all the data to the cloud, it will cost power. It will cost energy constrictions and IoT devices. That's why we can go with COT, sir.
Fine. In terms of computing, storage, or balancing network, whatever it might be, everything is fine. But as these IoT devices are power, we have to supply the power externally. So as their resource in terms of power has to be taken care. Then how that particular issue is overcome when you are going first? That's what my question is.
So in IoT, we are going with a wide variety of devices. So the main problem also arises with the heterogeneity. But when we are going for cloud of things, we can handle by using the middleware, which is employed at we can employ the middleware, one at the thing side and one at the other side, sir. So by this, we can manage the power resource management also, because we are effectively utilizing the resources. So this is possible by using middleware while employing the COT.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next participant is G. Karthi and Rahul on node MCU based landmine detection using wireless equipment.
Yes, sir.
Please share the screen.
Aarti, can you say about processing speed comparison between IoT and cloud?
Based on the algorithm which we are employing, we can define the speed, ma'am. For example, in IoT device, it can be able to employ only the simple algorithms. But when we are going for cloud, we can employ any artificial based intelligence based algorithm which increases complexity, ma'am.
Any other queries, ma'am? Okay, so Rahul, kindly proceed.
Yeah, good morning, sir. My project is about node MCU based landmine detection using wireless robot. And we are the authors G. Karthi, Rahul Bharadwaj, Siva Reddy, and Satish Kumar. Coming to the Mr. G. Karthi is an assistant professor. He is my project guide. Currently working as an associate professor in Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering in Kalsingam Academy of Research and Education. And we, Rahul Bharadwaj, Siva Reddy, Satish, are currently studying final year EC in Kalsingam Academy of Research and Education. And coming to the abstract of our project, the development of technology in our life generates a lot of advantages in robotics, communication, and data analysis. And the proposed system will help to reduce the risk factors to the human detectors when they are in battlefield of mines. So, landmines are detection is most vital throughout the warehouse to deploy armored vehicles them within that enemy territory. The mechanism consists of a metal detector at very cheap options to find metal objects. When coming to the objective, the aim is to notice the bomb detection misstatement, the wireless unmanned mechanism that has the sensors that detects the presence of bomb through the buzzer alarm. The IoT technology will help to perform the operations in a simple way. And when coming to the methodology, landmine detection removal is a very critical problem faced in many countries in the battlefield. When landmine detection step, the key factor is to obtain unique signatures of landmine from the signal, which are used in attacks of each mine. The signal may be, however, contaminated by noise, suspicious reflections, and so forth. And our project is mainly controlled by an operator through the remote control through the GSM module. We're coming to the tools that run this motors, relays, microcontroller, inverters, all fits in node MCU. The block diagram of our project is this one. The GPS sensor will help to locate the landmine coordinates to the operator, and the ultrasonic sensor will help to find any obstacle during the way of mission, and the RF sensor will help to send and receive the signals from the mechanism. And the metal detecting sensor is the one to help to find the mines which are placed inside the ground. hardware description is this one. We place some only few hardware tools to deploy this one. And these are the references for our project, sir. And thank you, sir.
So, Mr. Rahul.
Sir.
Yeah. Anyways, you're talking about Node MCU based landmine detection. So, have you made a literature survey of what happens now? What is happening now to detect landmine? What the military forces are using?
Yes, sir. But currently, they are
If
using
so,
many.
what is the difference between the present technology and the thing which you presented?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Next participant is Mr. Pavitra. Ms. Pavitra.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Pharmacy. Yes, kindly share the screen, please.
So is it my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Myself, Pavitra, full-time research scholar from the Department of ECE from DS Abdul Rahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology, Bangalore. My research my paper title is Channel Coding and Multiple Access Techniques from 1G to 5G and Overview. I'm doing my research under the guidance of my supervisor, Dr. Parnashri Chakrabarti. She's an assistant professor in the Department of ECE, BS Abdul Rahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology. This is the outline of my presentation. First, I'll discuss about the abstract, and we can see the introduction and we can see about the channel coding techniques and what are the multiple access techniques, and we'll see the conclusion. First, in wireless communication, channel coding and multiple access techniques.
Pavitra. Ms. Pavitra. Pavitra, can you hear? Seems there is some network disturbance. Go with the next presenter, Ms. Dr. Nirmala Devi, Aishwarya Prakash, S. Divya, J. Divya on exam assisting group. Dr. Nirmala Devi and her team. Aishwarya Prakash. Any of the persons available? Divya, J. Divya, S. Divya. I request any of the participants from the respective team to respond. I would like to call the next participant, Akhila Sripati and her team on role of DC to DC converter in power quality. Akhila. Akhila, ma'am, can you hear? Ms. Akhila. I know who is available. Ms. Aishwarya.
Hello, sir.
Aishwarya Prakash.
Sir, I'm so sorry, sir. I couldn't hear you properly. That's why.
Kindly share the screen and present.
Yeah, sir. Just.
Your time is exactly 8 minutes. I request you to start and proceed.
Sir, Divya J have to start a presentation.
Okay, please kindly proceed.
Divya?
So good morning to one and all present here. We are from KCG College of Technology. We are currently pursuing our final year. So our project title is Exam Assisting Robot. So myself, Divya J, and my team members Aishwarya Prakash and Divya P, and our guide is Dr. Nirmala Devi. So yeah, let's go into the biography. So I'm Divya. I did my 10th SSLC in Bharat Senior Secondary School, and I did my 12th in Elenara Matriculation High Secondary School, and currently I'm pursuing my undergraduate in PE under the stream of EC with the CGPA of 7.4 in KCG College of Technology. I did a mini project
You can please
named as
directly go to the concept. Please directly go to the concept.
Sir?
Sir, sorry, sir.
Please directly go to the concept. Explain the concept.
Yeah, sir.
So the main abstract of a project is used for the examination purpose. So we titled our project as Exam Assisting Robot. It is used to avoid contact with each other and also to reduce the human workload. So due to this COVID pandemic situation, we thought a robot would be.
Ms. Divya ma'am, session chairs are informing just to directly go to the concept and proceed with it. Since we are short of time, I request you to proceed with the concept.
You can please change the slide also.
Yeah, sir. Aisha is handling that. I'm not sure why.
Have changed the slide. Is it not visible?
Then still biography of Divya is visible.
No, it's in biography.
Sir, but I have changed. Now, is it visible now?
No, it's the same.
No, it's not visible. Still in the same page.
Okay, for the benefit of time, tell me, have you developed or have you made any proposal for development of any hardware? Because you have titled your project as Exam Assisting Robo or any piece of tool.
Yes, sir. We have developed a robot, sir. But we have inserted the robot image also, but the slide is only not changing. Sir, if with your permission,
Okay,
can
no
I
issue.
just stop the sharing and I
Divya, no
will
issues.
stand again?
Divya, no issues. So you have developed a hardware type of robo and you have embedded it, right?
Yeah. Yes, sir. You're right, sir.
How to access it?
See, actually, sir, the main objective of a project is we have used some component Raspberry Pi, sir. Raspberry Pi 3D Plus model is the main hardware which we are using now.
That is okay. That is okay. How is it helpful in assisting the exams, conduction of exams?
Yeah. Yes, sir. I'll tell you now. Like once the candidate enter into the exam hall, this camera starts working, sir. It recognizes the person and it captures the data. And we have set 3 trays, sir. That is for first year, second year, third year tray. And with the help of that, the keypad also we have fixed to it. So once 4-digit code will be given to the candidate. If it is a first year candidate, he will be given example 1111. So 4-digit code. If he press the first button only, this first tray will open. If he press by mistakenly, if you press the second button, the tray won't open because that particular candidate is in the first year. So that code only will open for the first tray. So this is how it goes for the
first year. All the candidates of that particular year will be having the same code. You mean that?
Not same code, sir. For example, if it is he's a first year, first candidate will have 4 1s, second candidate will have 1 1 2 1. So third candidate will have 1 1 3 1, like that.
Okay.
So this how this tray will open and he'll collect the question paper. Once the robot distributes all the question paper to particular candidates, first year, second year, third year, it goes in the front of the exam hall. It starts monitoring the session of the exam hall. We can avoid malpractices also. Why? Because it captures images and also it records the entire session of the exam also. So once the duration, that is 3 hours duration gets over, that robot starts collecting the question paper from the candidates.
Okay.
So for that, we can avoid contact because of this pandemic situation. We had an idea of creating this.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm so sorry, sir. This slide is not. Is it not visible now?
No issues, Divya. No issues. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
And
Yeah, how your system identifies a particular candidate, not recognizes.
Ma'am, sorry, ma'am.
How your system recognizes a particular candidate correctly?
Anita, session chair, ma'am, your voice is not proper. Like there is some disturbance, network issue.
Okay, thank you.
Hello? Yes, ma'am. Yes. Okay. I would like to call the next participant, Ms. Akila Sripati, on role of DC to DC converter in power quality. Akila? Akila Sripati, ma'am. Mr. Akila Sripati, can you please respond? Akila Sripati or a team?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Kindly share your screen and proceed.
Okay.
Akila Sripati,
Yes, sir. She's sharing.
your voice is too low, ma'am. I cannot hear you.
Sir, she's sharing, sir. Our teammate.
Please.
Is it visible, sir?
No, it's not visible.
I have shared it, sir.
No, it is not.
Now, sir?
No, ma'am, it's not shared yet. I request you to check your network issues and the sharing problems. Yes, now it is trying to get shared. Just a minute. Yes, now it is shared. Please present your screen. No, ma'am, it's not visible. Please open your screen. Like, yes, now it is visible. Kindly proceed.
Yes.
Everyone.
But your voice is too low and lot of disturbance, ma'am. I request you to be in a network place.
Okay, sir. Sorry. Sir. Is it audible, sir?
Yes, proceed.
I'm Akila Sripati from ICACCT Institute of Technology and Science, Warangal. I'm pursuing my BTech final year in EEE department. Today our paper is about improving the power quality in SMPS using two-stage DC to DC converter. Nowadays, we have seen a lot of power quality issues uh, in in all over the country, all over the world. Also, we need to supply the better power with better quality, so the consumer did not get any did not so the consumer did not suffer for from power quality issues. Here we are using two-stage DC to DC converter um, to improve the power quality in SMPS. Next slide. This is the abstract of a paper. In this two-stage DC to DC converter, we are using first stage as non-isolated buck boost converter, and second stage is a SEPIC, which is a single-ended primary inductance converter. Um, circuit diagram, in the circuit diagram, uh, the AC supply is fed to DBR diode bridge rectifier, which gives an uncontrolled DC voltage to the DC to DC converter. First stage is non-isolated buck boost converter. It consists of switch for on-off control, an inductor, and a capacitor and a frequency diode, high frequency diode. When the switch is on, the inductor L stores the energy, and the capacitor C0 discharges across the load. When switch turns off, the inductor stores energy, charges the capacitor, and supplies the load through diode DB. Here we are using PI controller, which is proportional integral controller. It increases the type of the system. As we know, it increases the type of the system, which automatically decreases the error, because it is inversely proportional to type is inversely proportional to the error. Um, and the output of the PI controller is compared with the constant frequency waveform, which is given to the switch SW1 to control its duty ratio, and regulated output voltage is obtained along with the automatic current shaping. And here we are using the second stage as SEPIC DC to DC converter. In SEPIC, the SEPIC stores the energy in the inductor and transfers that energy to the output storage capacitor. This energy is released to the secondary windings when the switch SW2 is turned off. All the outputs are isolated from each other. One of the output voltage, which is more vulnerable or more sensitive to the disturbances, is sensed and compared with the reference voltage. The rest of the outputs are regulated by the duty cycle variation of the SEPIC, which is determined by the control loop of the sensed output. By controlling the duty ratio, the power flow is controlled in a very efficient way. Uh, the, uh, this is this is the circuit configuration, and next slide is simulation. Continue.
Good morning, sir. Myself, Monica, going to tell about the simulation diagram. The figure shows the modeling and simulation of the proposed water, which is shared in MATLAB along with Simulink and Simpower's toolboxes in order to validate the proposed design. Here we have the single phase which is given to the diode converts AC to DC, and the output of diode rectifier is connected to a non-isolated buck boost converter through a diode converter, which is second stage. In second stage, we have used the single-ended primary inductance converter, which is a type of DC to DC converter that allows the electrical output to be greater than, less than, or equal to. The second side of higher form of inductance converter, but available that will come with the voltage is into a
Lakshmipati, voice is not audible.
Sorry, sir, some network.
Listen, this is also closed.
now, sir.
It's not visible.
Monica, anyways, there was an interruption. I have a small query. You have shown us the simulation image. What simulation tool did you use to simulate these first phase, second phase, and all? What is the simulation tool that you have used?
MATLAB, sir, along with Simulink and Simpower systems.
Okay, you have used the Simulink also.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is the this one efficiency percentage of conversion?
efficiency will be high, sir, as we are increasing the power factor and the total harmonic distortion we will be reducing in this circuit, sir.
High in the sense? How do you analyze it?
Sir, actually, in this we are increasing the quality of the power, sir. Actually,
That's what I'm telling you. So for uninterrupted power supply also, if you're converting DC to DC converter, right? So what is the efficiency in terms of percentage? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I would like to call the next participant, who is Ms. Anjana Devi Srinivasa Rao Jada, on design and analysis of homo and heterojunction double gate IFERP at 40 nm for the IoT core design. Anjana Devi, ma'am. Anjana Devi, can you please unmute and start presenting? I request Ms. Anjana Devi to proceed, or a team.
So,
yes.
Sir, we are from Nirmala, guide of Nirmala Devi, sir. Sir, we can do another one chance, sir. Can you please give us one chance?
Since you have completed it, ma'am.
So we had network connectivity issues, sir.
Okay.
So we were not able to present it
Okay,
properly,
please
sir.
proceed. Please proceed. Share the screen and proceed.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
I hope it's about the robot, like, ma'am. Sir, Sushanjar also have proceeded with the queries. Am I correct?
Yes,
Sir,
yes.
sorry, sir.
Yes,
sir,
yes.
it's your wish, sir. Do you want to proceed with the session, or is it okay, sir? Karthik, sir?
Yes, sir. No,
do you
I did
want
not
her
get you
to
finished.
proceed with the presentation, or is it okay, sir?
No, I said okay. Because her topic was exam assisting robo. I had a query. I've asked her and I said okay.
Okay. Ms. Aishwarya and Divya.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Session share is okay and completed with your presentation. That's not a problem, ma'am. You can close the session. No request at all, because he is well aware about your session, your presentation. So I would like to go with the next presenter, Ms.
Okay, sir.
Anjana
Thank
Devi.
you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Anjana Devi, can you please respond? Anjana Devi is in the list, but she's not able to respond here. So I would like to call next presenter, Dr. S. Sasikala and S. R. Nandini, on design of parallel VLSI structure for
Yes, sir.
discrete element transform. Yes, Nandini, kindly share the screen, please.
Yes, sir. Sir, my screen is visible, sir.
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir. Good morning to one of our present here. My topic is about design of parallel VLSI architecture for discrete adamant transforms and signal analysis. And myself, Nandini SR, I'm PG Scholar in Congo Engineering College, and my guide is about Dr. S. Sasikala, Associate Professor in Congo Engineering College. And abstract is design as adamant transform is a particular Fourier transform change which is used for many applications like picture data encoding and quantum computing. Mainly, it's used in quantum computing systems, and even it used for power requirement. Implementing in the techniques, discrete adamant transforms is used for reducing the power. And this proposed RS apparatus defines the efficient discrete adamant transform with the least power at 27.34 millivolts and 15.30 nanoseconds of delay.
so that at last the power delay product get reduced. And into discrete adamant transform is used in many applications I already told, which is like CDMA and based on STMA and reductions and quantum cryptography. And also the distributed arithmetic based discrete adamant transform architecture is proposed in various DHT kernel matrix, and high throughput parallel architectures are used in the composed tree structures. And adamant transforms are sinusoidal signals and orthogonal functions. Example, square wave, rectangular wave. And adamant transforms also performs the real and symmetric functions. It is faster than the normal fast transforms and then discrete fast transforms. And in the adamant transforms can be implemented in the order of n log to n for addition subtractions. Normally, adamant transforms perform both addition and subtraction value, and there is no multiplications required to calculate the discrete adamant transform. It has two properties. One is natural and sequence properties. Natural sequence. This is the main equations of the adamant transforms. Summary from the literature surveys, it has used many number of adamant transform only for n is equal to n by 2 adders and n by 2 adders, and they implemented, instead of no multiplication, they implement carry save adders, and many types of adders is there, but has more disadvantages. And they use like tree-like structures. It like the performance will be contained in series position and not in parallel positions. So the disadvantage is by using DI decision time, discrete adamant transform has a more bit error and truncation than in the AF and DDA. So more truncation value they need to check the area delay and the energy delay. So the tree-like structures occupy more area and more power consumption, even they can perform the parallel. So my main objective is to achieve less power and mainly less delay by using the optimized adder and subtractor to reduce the power delay products. And I used adder subtractor techniques to reduce the power consumptions and also the delay and also mainly the area. And this is the architecture of discrete adamant transform structures. In this no multiplications, this performance occurred by stage by stage. How the first stage is used and how the second stage is by using the adder subtractor cells. And this is the working of DTS structures. First stage is working like this, and second stage, this is based on the butterfly structure of DFT. And this is the computation flow of stages. First, the row of n matrix is taken to stage 2 row of n matrix by using transportation. Transportation is used to row column intermediate matrix. And this is the final output of the DTS structures. In the stage 1, stage 2, and the combination of stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, the output will be occurs for discrete adamant transform structures. And this is the RTL view of DTS structures. And this is a delay and power analysis of final DTS structures, which is used implemented in the Xilinx software. And this is the comparison analysis of power delay and power delay products. Power delay based on the power delay, the power delay product can calculate this. When we compare with false adamant transforms, power accuracy is 18.98 nanoseconds and delay is 13.28 nanoseconds. Microwatts. So the power delay product is 1700, but using discrete adamant transform structures, it acquires only 27.34 microwatts and also 15.30 watts. When compared with existing proposed structures of discrete adamant transform has come to less power. So my conclusion is the 8-point discrete adamant transform was proposed by using the optimized adder subtractor cells and the power consumption. So compared with this, 40% of power delay product get reduced with the fast values adamant transforms. So the power delay product is calculated based on the power and delay value. For future DA structures using multiplayer and implement like data encryptions and likewise. And this is my reference papers. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Miss Nandini.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you quoted this discrete hammered DHT applications in quantum computing and quantum cryptography. You mean to say that DIF, DHT are more efficient when compared to that of earlier ones? True?
Sir?
Yeah, on one slide you made some comparison.
Yes,
DIF, DHT, DIF, DHT is more efficient. Fine. And
Yes,
what
sir.
is the size of the matrix which you have taken?
8-bit matrix, sir.
Sorry?
8-bit matrix, sir. 8 cross 8.
How many rows and how many columns?
8 rows and 8 columns.
And was it n
But,
by n matrix?
Yes, sir.
So the complexity will be obviously n power 3 in terms of n power 3.
Yes, sir.
Fine?
Yes, sir.
Am I true?
Sir.
Okay, considering this, you have shown the delay as 15.3 or something.
Yes, sir.
in the final conclusion table, you have shown the delay as
Yes, sir.
15.29 or 15.3, right? Right.
Yes,
So
sir.
do
Yes,
just make some comparison in the delay column. Is it not more than the other things? Only delay I'm talking about.
okay, sir.
Just make some analysis for that.
I implemented two rules. I think software. So for total discrete transforms, I achieved this delay, sir.
Okay. Ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
How does this power consumption reduce in DHT?
Ma'am?
How does the power reduce in DHT?
Because the area is very less, ma'am, and also normally we go for multiplications for doing all the matrix. Instead of multiplications process, we use add as subtractor cells for doing that, so the area will cut, so the power will get reduced.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to call the previous presenter one more time, Ms. Anjana Devi, ma'am, and Srinivasa Rao Jada. Previous presenter Anjana Devi. Seems they're not doing
Sir,
it.
good morning, sir. This is Anjana Devi.
Thank you so much to respond. Kindly share the screen with us.
Sir, I messaged you, sir. Sir, actually, I'm in another online class. That's why I could not answer you.
No problem, ma'am. Please
Sir,
share the
can I
screen.
present in an afternoon session, sir?
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, sir.
With this, we have completed with the first part of technical session. I thank both the session chairs to be as a part for this respective session. So we will proceed with the lunch part now. So since it's 12:15, I request everyone to be back at 1 p.m., which is 45 minutes of time for the lunch. So at sharply at 1 p.m., we will proceed with the technical session part 2 for the day 2. Thank you so much. Kindly proceed for the lunch.
Thank you.
So, dear participants, the afternoon session will commence us at 1 p.m. Thank you all.
Hello.
I will come back. Yes, hope you had very good lunch, and we'll proceed with the next part of work. Miss Jainul Fatima.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Yes, I would like to give intro about the respective session chairs.
Yes, sir. I'll call her, sir. Like she's not
Yes.
connected yet. I'll call.
Okay, no problem. I'll wait.
2 minutes, sir.
Yes, yes, yes. Jainul Fatima.
Yes, sir. Yes.
I request you to give intro about her and let her join later. No problem. Meanwhile, we have Karthik sir as well, so that.
Okay, sir. Okay, I'll do.
Yes, thank you so much.
So welcome back to the technical session 4. So for technical session 4, we have chairperson Caroline Viola Stella Mary. She received her BE degree in Electronics and Communication Engineering from Government College of Engineering, Tirunelveli, and Master degree from Anna University, Chennai, and doctorate degree from Karunya University, Coimbatore. She has around 20 years of teaching and research experience. She has published a book on mobile computing for polytechnic students. Her research interests include medical imaging, biomedical signal processing, and machine learning. She has published several papers in international journals and conferences. She has received funds for conducting a 14 days FDP for AICT funds from DRDO for conducting a national level conference and funds for conducting a national seminar from ICMR. She is heading the ERP division of Francis Xavier Engineering College for the past 2 years. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, Jainal.
Sir, we can start the session, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ms. Jainul Fatima. So hope we have respective session chair here, Caroline. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being a part of the respective work.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you so much. I would like to go with the next technical sessions now. Would you like to may know who is Mr. Paras Nagpal and Pradum Gupta. I would like to introduce Mr. Paras Nagpal and Pradum Gupta. Detection and classification. Yes.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Kindly proceed, please, Mr. Paras.
Sir, actually, I'm waiting for the other author. Can you please proceed with the next one so I can present after that?
Okay, sure then. Okay, please make sure everything is perfect and then let me know through chat box so that we will go with the next.
Okay, sir.
So the next will be Mr. David William Raj and G. Meghela on child monitoring using geofencing and IoT. David William Raj, G. Meghela, Monica Shri, Preetha, Rashmika. If the participants are available from the respective team. David William Raj, L. G. Meghala, Monica Shri, Preetha, Rashmika. If any of the participants are available from the respective team, can proceed. It seems they have not connected yet. So the next is Mr. Samuel R. and the Venkatesh Kumar.
Yes, sir. I am here.
Please kindly share the screen, Mr. Samuel.
Thank you, sir. Sir, may I know my screen is visible and my voice is audible?
Absolutely, yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon for the respected session chairs and the audience and faculties, and giving me this opportunity to present here my project in this college for ICACCT. Let me tell my project. I am doing this project in assessment of solar energy capacity and performance evaluation of grid connected PV system with the PV system. My name is Samuel. I am doing my MTech in Cornell University, Coimbatore, and I did my BTech. This is my co-author and also my guide, P. Venkatesh Kumar sir, ME PhD, and also another guide for me, Jai Kumar sir. Next slide, we can go. And this is me in doing my MTech triply on renewable energy technology in MTech final year. My project is about the solar system, solar power plant. So in today's world, the solar power photovoltaic systems is emerging and high sustainable availability. It's necessary to access its performance. This is the system to understand its various aspects and related operations. That study analysis is useful for PV system analysis and the supply of electricity to the academic institution, what I am doing. In my paper, I am evaluating the performance of a grid-connected silicon polycrystalline PV system with a peak power of 20 kilowatt power and voltage of 17 kilowatts. The software which I am using is the PV system. It's a 7.1.7 version, widely used in software, estimating the energy yield and optimization of the system design. The PV system has been widely used for the grid connected system and also the standalone system, but I am using it for my institution for providing the electricity for 24 hours. Each module of the system consists of numerous photovoltaic system cells interconnected, which each module has a power rating of 180 kilowatt power and voltage sizing of 60 to 60 degrees Celsius and 17.5 volt and degree and 28.9 degree. And photovoltaic modules are assembled in total of 13 strings. That's my photovoltaic string module. And seriously interconnected with each consisting of 10 PV cells interconnected in series with a rating of 20.8 kilowatt power arranged in a grid connected utility meter. So the part of the PV system is to estimate me with the weather data and where I should install it and the ambient temperature and solar radiation and other attributes. The next slide. The introduction. Because of the fuels other energy sources such as the fossil fuel, the hydro and other are now not available in some days. In countries like India, we are able to have a sunshine like for 10 months in a year, and also it's perfectly voltage oriented thing. So it is useful for us to take this electricity from the sun. The rise is mainly due to the storage of energy resources such as because of the unavailability of the fossil fuels and other things. The need to switch to the reliable sustainable and such resources such as photovoltaic systems. The inaccessible and energy from sunlight converts into the electrical energy. The cost effective and purchase and installation costs are also less. It's eco-friendly, does not emit hazardous gas, and the fuel price is also a reason for the transferring it from to the PVC system, and it's a gain its popularity. Like India, it has a tropical condition, warm throughout the year, so it's a must to introduce. And the government is also promoting it with the incentives, expectations, and tax free. And PVCs also have certain demerits. The efficiency of PVC is mainly due to the climatic condition in particular places, and also in the countries and others such as other parts of the globe doesn't have this privilege. And so installation of solar panels in this region might be impractical. Also, the cyclic variation seasons and a prime factor that can demotivate, defactorize this PV cell consideration. Next one, my main HRT. What is my HRT is to feasibility, installation of photovoltaic system and supplying the electric load to the educational institution. It's a grid connected photovoltaic system. Because grid connected, I use this PVC software to install this, and the excess energy will be given to the grid, and other things mainly will be used by the institution. The detailed system configuration and system output can be seen from that, and the losses can also be we can obtain it from the PVC software. This is my proposed method how I'm going to implement with the PVC system. First, when I open the PVCs, it gives me the geographical command and city and country and everything where I'm going to install. Everything with the PVC, I can do it. The next thing, I'm going to choose the angle at which the sun's radiation is most high. For that, I have to refer the sides and get the maximum angle like 10 to the at that time the 90 degrees or 45 degrees. The radiation will be high. At the maximum point, we can observe the radiation, so that this must be in selection of the PV module. What type of module we are using? For our country, we have to use this PV panel, silicon polycrystalline, because it's cost effective and also maximum heat can be absorbed. The type of inverter can be chosen according to the voltage given, and after that the string range can be given for that. So the controller and the PV model with respect to the rating and inverter can be done. And after giving all these things in PVCs, I could give the run simulation and get it simulated. After that, it displays me with the PV system analysis of PV system with the simulated graphs and everything, and also the losses and analysis, and PVC also comes with the cost effective, how much cost I am spending in this, and how much output of voltage can be taken, and how much cost can be reduced, can be seen with the PVCs. Next one, this is my general block diagram. This is generated by the PVCs. Basic thing is the PV array connected to the system of inverter. The E array is given to it, and E output is given from the inverter. User is our load. The institution absorbs all the energy for its purpose, and the excess energy can be given to the grid. Means the outside power lines excess can be used by others, are stored. Next one, this is my general block graphs that gives me the simulation data. Everything is there. We can see the system output. Sir,
last 2 more minutes to process this.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I completed, sir. That's it. These are my graphs, and these are my graphs.
Thank you so much.
Sir, I completed. So this is my graph and simulation, everything, and I conclude with my simulation that I completed with my simulation that with PV system I analyze everything and get a perfect PV system operation. PV plant can be implemented and the maximum output can be taken out. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Actually, solar energy, it is being widely criticized for being expensive and weather dependent. How have you overcome that in your project?
Yes, ma'am. If we have subsidies for that, for especially for the residential and for the educational and medical, because it is costly. What you say is correct, but government is giving subsidies and it is a tax free, and in some areas we can receive the sunlight for more than 10 months and in the maximum way, and in our places the maximum sunlight is there. Instead of getting the other energy sources like hydro, everything, this is so useful. We can store it and again use it. So this can be overcome, because now at first it was costly, but now it's coming decreasing, ma'am, decreasing.
Okay. But still the solar energy storage is also expensive.
Because of that only we get because of that only we are giving it's a grid connected. If excess energy is there, we can give it to the other EB, we can sell it. And the
Will
cost
there
is
be
reduced.
a transmission loss?
No, ma'am, no losses. But now the latest inverters are came and latest controllers have came for that to reduce the power losses.
Now, if a particular house, if you are saying that there is subsidy for residential and everything,
Yes,
if the
ma'am.
house rooftop is not enough to hold your solar panel,
Yes,
what
ma'am.
will be your remedy?
Now the latest thing is in solar panel, the windows are also made to solar panels.
Okay.
Windows
How
and
far
everything.
energy will be accumulated in the windows? Rooftops, direct sunlight will fall on
Yes,
them,
ma'am. In
but not like that on the
now the
windows.
latest silicon materials are there, so that this can be possible with anything the panel absorption of heat of any material. The PV plant silicon is implemented and the energy is absorbed, so that we can get a maximum energy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Previous person with Paras Nagpal, Pratham Gupta.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can present now.
Yes, please share it.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, yes.
Hello everyone. My name is Pradyum Gupta, and today the topic of our project, I'm discussing the topic of our project, which is the detection and classification of cardiac arrhythmia using electrocardiogram. Paras, next slide, please. Next. As you can see from the screen that the definition of arrhythmia has been defined. It is also known as cardiac arrhythmia or heart arrhythmia, and it is a group of condition in which the heartbeat is either irregular, either it is too fast or too slow. And in the case in which the beats per minute is above 100, the condition is known as tachycardia, and the condition in which the beats per minute is below 60, it is known as bradycardia. From the figure, you can see the spectrum of a normal heart wave, in which a particular pattern is repeated every few intervals of time. But in the same irregular heart rhythm, you can see that either it is happening in very rapid frequencies, or it is happening in very low frequencies, such that it is not repeating its constant pattern. Paras, next slide. So the objective of our project will be to detect and predict the type of arrhythmia, whether it is bradycardia or tachycardia, based on ECG tool using machine learning models. So as you can see from the diagram, that the normal heartbeat frequency is less than the frequency of tachycardia, and similarly in bradycardia the frequency is too low as compared to the irregular heartbeat. So these four have been the related work that have been done in our topic earlier by other persons. So some of these implement the principal component analysis using multivariate and very other machine learning tools such as SVM, IC, and DWT. Paras, next slide. So you can see that again the cardiac arrhythmia definition is defined. So in this paper, our actual motive will be to propose a solution for detecting and then classifying the various types of arrhythmia. We have used UCI arrhythmia dataset to train and test our machine learning models. So the data set actually contains the heartbeat spectrum of 452 patients, and then it is again divided into 279 variables for further detection in compared to the normal heartbeat. So these type of multivariate data set, uh, which is categorical, integer, and real attributes, have been included in our paper. The class label values range from 1 to 16, which is actually showing the types of different arrhythmia. Also, the data set had been split into 70 and 30 ratio, in which the 70% will be making our trained data set, and test data set will and test data will contain 116 records respectively. Okay, from now on the Paras will take over.
Okay, so in our project, we can see this is the process flow of our project. What we do is we take the data set from UCI database, we process it, and then further what we do is we do feature selection. So we have selected two methods for selecting the features. First one is the PCA or principal component analysis. Second one is random forest. And then we applied machine learning models like KNN, SVM, and 1D CNN. And after that, we see the results and finally compare them. So the first part is the pre-processing of our data. We have basically chosen three methods of pre-processing the data. We first remove the unwanted columns if the missing values are many. So we actually remove the complete column. Second one is we remove the missing values. If the values are numeric, we actually replace it with mean or median of that data. And the third one is the attribute scaling. So normalizing the data makes it more uniform. So we actually make the range between 0 and 1. So we get more accurate results. The second step of the process is feature extraction. Feature extraction is basically used to reduce the dimension of the data and make it more manageable. Actually, it has a benefit of reducing the competition process as well. And the methods that we have chosen is PCA and random forest. In PCA, we have selected top 88 features because they were actually encapsulating 95% of the variance of the data. And similarly, we have selected 99 features in random forest because they were actually capturing quite a lot of variance in the data. And now we come to the definition, brief introduction of SVM, what is it is. So SVM is basically a supervised machine learning algorithm in which we have we actually find a hyperplane that actually classifies the data. As we can see in this figure, the green line is not actually suited for the hyperplane because it is not actually classifying the white and the black dots, whereas H2 and H3 are actually classifying them correctly. However, we take the hyperplane that is actually the largest distance to the nearest training point. So in the given figure, red one is the more suited hyperplane. So these are the results that we actually get from our model. So in SVM, we have actually used four kernel functions, that is linear, polynomial, Gaussian, and sigmoid. And we can actually see in the figure that the model accuracy for linear is much more than all the three of others. As we vary the critical factor, the critical factor is basically the trade-off between the distance that we have actually seen in this slide and the model accuracy. So yeah, so we actually get a 73.53% of maximum accuracy in linear kernel model. Now we come to the next model, that is KNN. So KNN is basically a model that actually depends on the value of k. In the given figure, as we can see, if the value of k is equal to 3, the green point will be classified as a red point, and if the value of k is equal to 5, it will be classified as a blue point. So these are the results that we actually get from our model. So we have actually implemented a k-fold k nearest neighbors. This algorithm is basically implemented when we have data very less. So as we can see, if we have folds, sorry. Yeah. So as we can see, that
So
if
for
we
us,
have
it's
yes.
almost minutes. So 2 more minutes to process.
Okay. So this is the actually results that we get from our model in KNN, and then we can proceed on to the next method, that is the CNN. So we have actually implemented 1D CNN because it is actually more suited for signal analysis over fixed signal lengths. So that's why we have selected 1D CNN for our model as well. And this is the actually architecture of our 1D CNN. What we do is we divide our model into two blocks. The first one is a convolution blocks, and the second one is a fully connected block. So the next one is we have these are the results for our model, and we can actually see that we get a maximum accuracy of around, yeah, so what, 69.85% from the figure given below. And finally, we discuss all our algorithms and compare all of them. So actually, SVM has maximum accuracy for the linear kernel function, and KNN and 1D CNN have not been earlier used for ECG classification. So these are basically the novelties of this project. And random forest and PC are equally good for feature selection. And finally, we come to the conclusion, that is, we have actually compared 3 machine learning models, and we actually obtained an accuracy of 73.53% with linear kernel SVM with both the feature selection methods. So these are the some references that we have taken, and thank you.
Thank you. Session chairs, if any queries, they can proceed with this.
See, actually, you have said that there are some 279 attributes are there. And using PCA, you have selected 88 features, and from random forest, 99 features.
Yes.
Now, maybe the dominant features from PCA and random forest may overlap. Now, are you going to add the 88 plus 99 features, or the overlap features you have taken care? What you have done?
Ma'am, can you repeat the question, because I'm not getting it clearly?
Yeah, Paras, I'll take it from here. Yes, hello. So this is Pawan. I'm the third author for the paper, and I'll take the questions here now. And so, ma'am, as you mentioned, what PCA and random forest are doing, obviously the attributes are going to overlap. Now, what we intend on doing is that we will be applying one of them for feature selection, and that is most
But
probably
your
going to be
block
PCA.
diagram showed both PCA and
Yes,
random
ma'am.
forest
Both
into the
PCA and random forest, yes, ma'am. That was just for showing you what all, algorithms we have implemented. We have compared those, and we are going to use the best ones. So we are going to use one model out of PCA and random forest for feature selection, and we are going to choose one from CNN, KNN for that thing.
Okay.
For
Okay.
the main
Okay.
model.
You
Yes,
said that you are going to have a 16 classification labels on the receipt.
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. There'll be 16.
16
One will be for
classification
the
label. So for
yes, ma'am. One
16
will be for the
classification
normal one.
label, why did you
Yeah.
choose SVM classifier?
Why did you say no?
Why did you choose SVM classifier for a 16 classification label? Usually SVM classifier supports only binary, and you have to do it again and again for the classification. So it is a 16 classification. It's very difficult to draw the hyperplanes. So why did you go, for any particular reason you chose the SVM classifier?
Yes, ma'am. I'll tell you why we did that. Okay, so first of all, now one thing this project consists of, the first thing is that it will detect whether the person has cardiac arrhythmia or not. Okay, so when you put that through the model initially, so first it will detect whether the person has it or not. Okay, so if he has it, then we will
Classification, binary classification using SVM classifier. Okay, that's fine.
Yes.
And your accuracy rate is 73.53. Now 73.53 for an 73.53 for an medical image classification, it is not a good accuracy, you know. A person
That
coming
I
with
get, ma'am.
there is going to be
Yes.
many true yes.
Yeah, I totally concur with you,
How,
and yes, I totally concur with you. And given that we had, we had such limited data, we think that improving this, if
you
we
have to
had more
increase your
data
data
set,
set. 452 patients is not enough. You have to increase your
sorry.
data set, and the
Yeah,
accuracy
yes,
also
ma'am.
has to be
Accuracy, yes,
increased,
yes,
because it is
we are working
medical
on
imaging. Okay, others you
yeah,
can
we get that.
compromise, but this is with the life of the patients. Okay, ma, thanks.
Yes, we totally concur with that, and we are working on it. We are working on increasing the accuracy with more data set. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
I would like to call Mr. Mahesh B and Mohammed Riaz on drowsiness detection by Raspberry Pi using IR camera. Mahesh and Mohammed Riaz. So Mohammed Riaz. Any of the team persons from the respective presenter Madesh and Mohammad Riaz. Mohammad Riaz. Okay, the next. The next person is Mr. Sujit Manikam and Sailesh Suman Manohar. Design efficient powertrain for electric vehicle. Any of the persons called Sujit, Sailesh Suman Manohar. Madesh. Madesh, can you hear? Any of the persons available from the respective team? Sujit Manikim, Sailesh Suman Manohar. Okay. The next presenter will be Manisha Rajput, Dr. Mrs. P. Malathi. On Spectrum Sharing Technique and 5G
Sir,
Yes, sir.
yeah, good afternoon, sir. This is Matesh.
Manisha, I request you to please wait. Mr. Madesh, kindly share the screen, person.
Sorry, sir, I didn't get you.
Please share the screen. We are calling you for a number of times. Kindly share the screen.
Sorry, sir, the network bandwidth is very low in my area, so that's why I couldn't connect with that time.
No problem. Please proceed.
Yeah, sure. Just a minute.
Mr. Madesh.
Yeah, sir, I'm here. So I will start my presentation. Sir, is my screen visible?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So good afternoon and all those who are gathering here. So basically, I would like to introduce myself. So this is Matesh from Banaraman Institute of Technology, and along with me, my team members Mohammad Rian and Mohammad Riaz. And we did this project under the guidance of Mr. Urappan, Assistant Professor of Mr. Banaraman Institute of Technology. So I would like to start the presentation topic. Why we choose drowsiness detection using Raspberry Pi and IR camera. So this is our biography. Like I mentioned earlier, we are students, final year students, of course, and this is our faculty member who helped us to develop this project. Without wasting any single minute, I would like to come into the abstract part. So, coming to our country, accident plays a vital role in automobile industry, right? Day to day, automobile industry faces crucial amounts of accidents, like it causes and as well as its impacts leads to many families depressions. So we have to reduce that accidents with the help of artificial intelligence. So that's why we introduced drowsiness detection with the help of Raspberry Pi. What we are coming to say is whenever the driver feels the drowsiness, it leads to accident. So according to National Accident Survey, said that in our country, nearly every year 30 to 40% of accident happen only just because of that drowsiness. So we just have to reduce that. Reducing drowsiness is impossible. So what we are coming to say is we have to detect the drowsiness and we have to alert the driver. So if the driver get the alert, means okay, we are feel drowsy and we have to stop the car, or we have to take some rest. So that's the main thing. And detecting drowsiness is not only important. We have to wake up the driver, because some people, if they feel drowsy or if they start to sleep, it's very impossible or it's very hard to wake up. Is his or her, whatever it may be. So it's very hard to wake up. Some people only, I'm not saying all the people, just for some people. So in that time, in that scenario, we introduce our novelty. I will say what is the novelty and what is our idea. So this is the main concept of our project, and this is the proposed methodology. So I will make it as a big screen. Yeah. So this is the proposed methodology of a project. Once we start our project, it will open the video frames with the help of IR camera. So the IR camera, infrared camera, is interfaced with the Raspberry Pi. So once it analyze the faces, we already pre-coded that IR camera with the help of artificial intelligence in the Python module. So we already done that. So in that, if we get the analyzation, like we included some formula. The formula is just nothing but the Euclidean formula. The Euclidean formula is another way of calling average method formula. So what we are coming to say is we all have a eye, right? So in our eye, we have a open eyelid and upper eyelid and closed eyelid. So each and every eyelid has some distance. Upper eyelid and lower eyelid have some distance. We have to pick that distance. Once the distance is above the average, means our eye is opening. Once it is 0, means our eye is closed. This is the concept. So we have to detect that with the help of camera. So we are detecting with the help of camera. Once it is detecting, if our eye is closed, means the camera will identify, okay, his or her eye is closed. So, but in that scenario, each and every us have to close our eyes for blinking, like that purpose. So at that scenario, we don't have to capture that situation. So what we are coming to say is, if the eye is closed about 20 seconds, about 2 seconds. So that's why we are mentioning 20. So in the code we mentioned 2000 meter per second, 2000 ms. So what is that? Nearly equal to 2 seconds. If the eye is closed about 2 seconds, means here the counter is running behind the scenario. So if it is calculated above 2 seconds, means then we have to alert the driver. This is the output alert system. Yeah, this is our overall design. So just nothing but how the Raspberry Pi and the interface infrared camera collide with each other and how they work behind the scenario. Everything is mentioned here. And this is the novelty of our project. What I'm coming to say is, once the Raspberry Pi or once the camera detect the person, like he is sleeping or she is sleeping, so we just have to make the buzzer on. This is just a common thing. But our novelty is we placed some vibration button motor under the seat of the driver. So what I'm coming to say is, once the detection or once the output is high, means the buzzer start to vibrate. The buzzers start to produce the sound, and the vibration motor start to vibrate. So that vibration helps to wake the person from the sleep. So this is a novelty. So once the person feels the vibration in his or her body, he came to know that, okay, we are sleeping. We just have to wake up from the sleep. And analyzers and result discussions. So we tested this project under various circumstances, like in bright sunny morning, rain, cloudy, and nighttime also. So what we're coming to face is, like in nighttime also we get the proper output. Why? Because that's why we are choosing infrared camera. IR camera is just nothing but it has the ability to detect the object or person's face, whatever it may be. It has to detect the object in whatever the situation. It may be day or night, whatever it may be. It has the ability to capture, or it has the ability to analyze the object. So that's why we're choosing IR. So IR camera will take care of all the things. And further discussions are still going on. What we are planning to implement this project in future means, like if the person gets the drowsiness, or if the Raspberry Pi or artificial intelligence detect the drowsiness, means it will produce buzzer sound. In addition to that, it will produce some vibration motor to the driver. In addition to that, we will get some messages to our family members or whatever it may be. Along with that, we place some governor to our car. So governor is just nothing but a speed limiting device. So this device helps to lower the speed of the car to stop. So that's why we're planning to implement here. And once we get the output, our car will be very slow, and it will start it will stop at some particular place. So the person also get awake from the sleep, and also his or her family members came to know that he is sleeping. So we just have to call him and ask him to take some rest. So like that we are planning. It is the future project, future implementation of a project. And references. These are references which is very helpful as to develop a project and prototype in our college. So along with that, I came to conclusion. Um, it's now for I think question time. So if you have any queries, you can ask me. I'll definitely answer it.
Thank you. Yes. We have one. So we can proceed.
Yes. How much duration you are checking between the camera capturing of the images? How much duration you kept?
2 seconds, ma'am.
2 seconds. Every 2 seconds, images will be captured, or what is it going to capture?
It is just like an infinite loop, ma'am. The camera is detecting
Okay, that I understand. Now you capture an image, and to measure the distance between the upper eyelid and the lower eyelid, your processing time, how much is it taking? You capture an image, 2 seconds, every 2 seconds you capture the image. For you to govern the buzzer or the vibration or whatever it is, how much processing time has your image processing has take place? That is that measurement of distance.
Yeah, actually,
each image every 2 seconds, an image is going to come from the camera, correct?
No, ma'am, not like that. What I'm coming to say is that 2 seconds is only for the detection purposes. So if the person is sleeping for 2 seconds, the loop, the concept, the program will understand, okay, he is sleeping. Because if we blink our eyes, like we have to blink our eyes.
For that, the image has to be captured, no?
No, we didn't capture the image. Actually, we placed the video capture method module from the Python. So what it come to do is it will on our camera and it will continuously run our camera. So it won't take any image processing method or it won't capture our faces. So it will continuously run the camera. It recorded our faces. So once our eyelid is closed for 2 seconds, we can get the output.
Okay. And claiming for your novelty in the vibration module, how high is the vibration? Will it really wake up the driver?
Yeah.
Or a small vibration won't wake up the driver, correct?
No, ma'am. Actually, that's what I coming to say. This is known as a button vibration motor. This vibration motor is, we all know about the button vibration motor because in our each and every our smartphone, we are having button vibration motor. So
that I understand. No, my question is already he's drowsy. The vibration should make him wake up, correct?
Yes,
that's my question. Will it wake up? Have you checked it?
Yes, ma'am. Because we placed the 4 vibration motor at each and every corner of the seat.
And in your future enhancement, you are saying that you will be having a governor place for the car. Now the governor will limit the speed. So actually, instead of we cannot put a governor in each and every vehicle to limit the speed that he will fall drowsy like that. No, it won't be. You can't have it like that. You have to control the amount of petrol that is flowing into the accelerator nozzle so that the car starts to slow down. You have to somehow slow down the car so that something like that you can do. Instead of, we cannot say every vehicle you should have a governor installed like that, no?
No, ma'am.
What do you think of that?
Yeah, I will say clearly. So in automobile industry, we have two types of devices. One is for speed limiting device, another is known as governor. So in governor also we have some facilities. Like if you want to limit the speed or set the high speed limiting, we can set it. Or otherwise, we can lower the speed of the car by giving the acceleration method. For example, if the person is driving the car in a highway like above 80 or 90 speed means, he suddenly stop the car means definitely leads to some serious accident or damage.
Okay,
So
we cannot slowing down. Okay.
Slow down the car. So that's why we implemented governor instead of speed limiting device.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I would like to call the previous presenter. Before lunch, actually, we had to go with the respective presenter, but due to some network issues, we had it. I would like to call Ms. Anjana Devi.
Sir, may I stop my screen?
Yes. You can close your.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Anjana Devi.
Sir, good morning. Good afternoon, sir.
Please share it. Kindly proceed, ma'am, please.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, all. I'm Anjani Devi. I'm research scholar from Geetam University, Vizag, and my guide is Dr. I. Srinivasrao, sir. And as a part of my research work in this paper is about design and performance analysis of homojunction and heterojunction double gate tunnel FET. And here we have designed the tunnel FET. As we know, the increased static and dynamic power dissipation in integrated circuits are the main obstacle for the growing demands. So here, as the conventional MOSFET has a limit of the subthreshold slope limit of 60 millivolts per decade at 300 K. So we need more devices which can provide a less subthreshold slope. That's why we moved to the tunnel FET. And here in this work, we have designed the homojunction and also the heterojunction tunnel FETs at 40 nanometers using a group 3-5 materials. Arsenide to reduce the off-state current, we have achieved on current of 6.431 microamps and off current of 21.3 picoamps. And also subthreshold slope is also reduced to 47.8 millivolts as in a homojunction tunnel FET, it is around 78 millivolts per decade. And here this is our double gate tunnel FET, which is designed for both homojunction and heterojunction. In a homojunction double gate tunnel FET, both source and channel are of same indium arsenide material, but to reduce tunneling length, to reduce the tunneling length, we move to the heterojunction where the channel is of silicon material. And here are the comparison of this homojunction and heterojunction, where the main performance parameter we are considering here is the subthreshold slope. So by seeing at the subthreshold slope, for homojunction it is around 78 millivolts, and for heterojunction 47.8 we have achieved. And here this is a energy band diagrams we got in off state and on state of heterojunction. If we observe how by replacing that how in a heterojunction is effectively if you see in the second diagram in on state how effectively the tunneling path is reduced, and also here the here the point is in the drain side, both silicon we have taken for the channel and drain. That's why here the tunneling of carriers in a reverse direction from drain to channel is avoided in this condition. But if you coming to the homojunction, there may be a chance of reverse current may be flow, but here we have avoided this reverse current. And here we tested the device for two methods. One is a tunnel barrier method and the non-local BT-BT method. These are the methods we have available in a TCAD, Synopsys TCAD. So when we most of the previous papers are using a non-local BT-BT model, but here we have used a tunnel barrier method to process this device, and where we get the better characteristics when you compare it to this non-local BT-BT model. And if you see the transfer characteristics at 40 nanometer of this heterojunction at a different silicon thickness, a different silicon thickness, these are the characteristics. And we observe as the silicon thickness as the silicon thickness is reduced and the characteristics have improved. And here the conclusion, this hetero device outperformed the homojunction TFET and shows a steeper slope, and the hetero indium arsenide silicon junction results in a large tunneling current than a homojunction, and the drain side larger band gap at silicon junction results very less ambipolar current. Here these are the some references we have used. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If anyone wants to raise the queries, they can proceed with. Else we'll go to the next presenter.
Regarding the performance of your circuit, you have taken power dissipation. Have you calculated the delay?
Sanjana Devi. Sanjana Devi, yeah.
Sir?
Please respond to the session chairman.
Sir?
Yes, regarding the circuit performance, you have calculated the power dissipation. Have you calculated the delay?
Ma'am, delay in terms of subthreshold slope we have calculated, ma'am, and we have
but you have not mentioned it.
Drain
No?
current. We have extracted the drain current. So using the drain, calculated the subthreshold slope. And here the important thing is a off state current and a subthreshold slope only, ma'am. So we have used these two.
Okay. Have you simulated it in an environment?
Pardon? What, ma'am?
Have you simulated it using any software?
ICACCT software we have used.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to go with the next one, Ms. Manisha Rajput. Ms. Manisha. Ms. Manisha Rajput.
Yes, sir.
Kindly share your screen, please.
Yes, sir. So whether my screen is visible? Hello.
Just a minute. Yes, yes. Yes, you can process it, please.
Yes, thank you, sir. So good afternoon, all. I'm working on the spectrum sharing technique in 5G cellular network, and here I'm presenting a comprehensive survey on what are the different spectrum sharing techniques. Myself, Mrs. Manisha Rajput, and with my guide, Dr. Mrs. P. Malati. Hello. So I'm not able to change my screens. So whether my screen is changing?
Yes, it is.
So myself, Mrs. Manisha Rajput, I am working in D.Y. Patel College of Engineering, Akudi, Pune, Maharashtra from last 14 years, and I am also pursuing my PhD in the same college. My guide, Dr. Mrs. P. Malati, who is professor and HOD of Electronics and Telecommunication Department from D.Y. Patel College of Engineering, Akudi, Pune. She's having 25 years of experience in teaching. On her name, she will be having 3 patents, 3 books, 2 major research projects, and she'll be having 80 plus international publications with 3 different awards. So I have listed few of them over here. And her research main research area are wireless communication, mainly in 5G communication, MIMO techniques used in 5G. So this is the outline of my presentation. So there is a lot of expectations from the users and in the growth, and there is a lot of exponential increase in population of wireless devices with internet connectivity. So that's why there is a lot of increase in variety of services, applications, and demands of the users. It is predicted that 1,000 times higher mobile data rate is to be needed per unit area, and a less than 1 millisecond latency to support a real-time controlling all the applications. So to fulfill all this demand, a 5G network should have around 1,000 times throughput improvement, 100 times data efficiency, energy efficiency, and 10 times spectral efficiency improvement. So to fulfill all these requirements, either we can go for the revising of the architecture. That's why I'll be working on the next generation, that is a 5th generation. You can provide a higher data rate or can do a more spectrum and a wider bandwidth. So 5G frequencies are using a millimeter wave frequency, and those are of 30 gigahertz. There is a lot of spectrum stress. So I don't know.
Sorry to interrupt, Ms. Manisha. There is a lot of disturbance from your side. I request you to network with Ms. Manisha.
Okay, sir. Yes,
Yes,
better
there is
I'm
much of
here
disturbance.
now.
Your voice is too low, but there is a lot of other disturbance.
Clearly now? Hello?
Yes, now it is perfect now. Please proceed.
Yeah. So still there is a spectrum scarcity, and here we can go for adopting a different spectrum sharing techniques. So there I had done a survey, and the findings from the survey is to have the spectrum, or to avoid the spectrum scarcity, we can have the wider bandwidth, and to have the wider bandwidth, the more energy is needed, which may raise a challenge to a battery terminals. Hence, an energy efficient spectrum sensing or the spectrum sharing scheme is needed. This is the first finding. Then the millimeter wave has a narrower beams, which we can have a dispersion and a weaker diffraction capability. Wave has a narrower bandwidth, narrower beams, even if it is giving you a good bandwidth. And the third finding is the spectrum sharing needs a common control channel. Deploying such a common control channel across the entire network can be rather impractical because of a varying channel conditions. These are few findings from the survey. And to fulfill the customer demands and service requirement from various applications, more spectrum should be made available, or a same spectrum should be used efficient way. So to improve the spectral efficiency, different spectrum sharing techniques should be discovered and analyze their performances under different conditions. And for a better performance of future 5G networks, there is a need of considerably more spectrum and the wider bandwidth to get a today's desirable data rate. So these are some spectrum sharing techniques classification. These are a static, or you can say a fixed spectrum sharing, which is nothing but now in case of a fixed spectrum sharing, a fixed spectrum is allocated to a particular user. Those are also called as a legal procedure, or you can say a license spectrum. Then a open sharing model. Now in case of a open sharing model, in case of a open sharing model, primary users will be always having a licensing to use that particular spectrum, and it is giving either a time based, or you can say a space based few parameters given to a secondary users only for that particular time, or only for that particular band of frequencies they can give for the secondary users. Okay, and mean there is a fixed tie between primary users and the secondary users. The third one is hierarchical access model. Now in case of a hierarchical access models, always a primary users will be having the higher priority than the secondary users, and secondary users will always monitor the network, and whenever there is a spectrum unused from the primary users, then they can have the proper cooperation or proper permission to use the particular secondary models. Then the last part is dynamic spectrum sharing. Now widely used spectrum sharing techniques is a dynamic spectrum sharing. Dynamic spectrum sharing is further divided into a distributed spectrum sharing and a central spectrum sharing, and then a these are some classification of a dynamic spectrum sharing. Now, depending on the network architecture, it is divided into centralized and distributed. Depending on the behavior of the users, it will be either a cooperative spectrum sharing or a non-cooperative spectrum sharing. And depending on the strategy of the acquiring the spectrum, occupying the spectrum, it is divided as a overlay spectrum sharing and a underlay spectrum sharing. Now, centralized and distributed, the name will itself give you idea. The centralized will be all the spectrums or the whatever other spectrum, they are monitored and controlled centralizedly. Now here it is controlled by the primary user. Now in case of the distributed distributed architecture, now here each and every users will decide by their own how the spectrum can be used. Now, depending on behavior, in case of cooperative, now here a proper cooperation between a primary users and a secondary users at what time and which are the frequencies can be used for a primary and by the secondary. This is called under the cooperative. In case of non-cooperative, now here the primary users and secondary users will not have a fixed time or fixed band of frequencies. Now here the secondary users always have a monitor to the spectrum, and when the primary user is not using, then and then only with the permission of primary users, secondary users can use that particular spectrum. Okay, so here the time and band of frequencies are not fixed. Then the next one and the important one is a strategy which depends on acquiring the spectrum. This strategy is also called as a opportunistic communication. Okay, so here there are three ways: overlay and underlay. Now in case of overlay, I'm sorry. Now, in case of overlay spectrum, now here the system periodically monitors the spectrum and intelligently detect the occupancy of the different part of the system, and then communicate opportunistically. Means whenever they get an opportunity over the spectrum, then with the minimum interference, the secondary users can use that particular spectrum. This is called as the overlay. Now in case of the underlay, now here spectrum holes are identified. Now what do you mean by spectrum holes? Now the spectrum holes are nothing but the temporary space and time frequency parameters which are not used by the primary users, or we can say which are not used by the licensed and all different non-licensed users. Then those spectrum holes will be monitored by the secondary users, and with the proper permission of the primary user they can be used. Those are called as the underlay spectrum sharing. Now these are the processes of spectrum sharing. Now in case of spectrum sharing, there are 4 different stages. The first one is spectrum sensing, then spectrum decision, spectrum sharing, and spectrum mobility. So all this process can be viewed in this particular diagram. Now in case of spectrum sensing, all different users who want to transmit the data, now here they are the non-licensed users. So all those non-licensed users who want to transmit some data, they will monitor the spectrum continuously, or you can say periodically, and let the PU transmit, or PU means primary user transmitter, transmit a signal. Then the secondary user will adopt only that signal whenever the primary user is absent. Now here this process can be identified by using the hypothesis, 2 different hypotheses and all those parts. Then the spectrum decision. After detection of the spectrum holes, then the spectrum decision will be taken. Now what do you mean by spectrum decision? Or it is nothing but the allocation of spectrum. Now here secondary user decide dynamically to choose a optimal available spectrum bands, that is nothing but the spectrum holes, according with the different transmission parameters. So the main objective of the spectrum decision is characterization of spectrum, then selection of the spectrum, and reconfiguration of that particular spectrum from primary user to the secondary user. So well, once the number of, or you can say the band of spectrum is decided, then the next stage is the spectrum sharing. Now in case of spectrum sharing, the access of detected vacant spectrum holes will be coordinated with the PUs, that is primary users, and secondary users and coexisting secondary users to avoid the conflict of multiple users in the overlapping part. So this is called as the...
Ms. Manisha, your 10 minutes are completed. Please finish it 9
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And the last part is the spectrum mobility. Now, in case of spectrum mobility, there are two procedures adopted. That is a connection management, or you can say the spectrum over handover. Now, these are a few parameters. That is energy detection, signal to noise ratio, bit error rate, and threshold. Now, depending on spectrum sensing can be done by using the detection of energy and power spectrum density in all those parts. So I have got this particular result. Here the first figure shows, or figure 3 shows you the power spectrum density versus frequency component. Then the signal to noise ratio and detection probability. Now here the threshold of probability and detection of the probability of detection is calculated. And here you can see a normal form of cognitive radio is simulated with the theory part, then simulation and approximations. Here number of nodes, by increasing the number of nodes, here I have got this particular graph. These are the some referred papers. Sorry, these are the paper refers to have this survey paper. Thank you, ma'am.
Now, what frequency does the 5G use?
Ma'am, it is 30 gigahertz to 300 gigahertz, which is also called as the millimeter wave frequencies.
Okay. Now, the amount of capacity loss depends on the mode and implementation techniques, and also on the vendors. Now, from your survey, can you suggest which vendor or which mode we can select for a very good 5G network?
Ma'am, as per as the spectrum sharing is used, as I had discussed, there are different modes for the spectrum sharing. So generally the DSS, that is the dynamic spectrum sharing, is used. Till now there are a lot of research is also going on for the dynamic
But
spectrum
even
sharing.
then in dynamics spectrum sharing, you have capacity loss. So
Yeah,
have they given any techniques to overcome the capacity loss?
No, ma'am. For the there is not certain one parameter, because dynamic spectrum sharing depends on the number of parameters. So only for the capacity loss, there is no such parameter is found in any other paper till now.
Okay. Now the indoor and outdoor interference, how will you manage?
Ma'am,
in 5G?
The indoor and outdoor interference. For the indoor, we'll be having the one beam, can say the base stations. Now in case of 5G, there are so many base stations are provided, because in case of millimeter, as the beam width is larger, so by incorporating maximum base station, the indoor or the outdoor inference can be avoided.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I would like to call the next person, Ganeshwara Khadi and Dr. Santanu Kumar Naik on total least square based adaptive order statistics with the image restoration. Ganeshwara Khadi.
Yes, sir.
And you share the screen and proceed.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, Assistant Chair, Madam, and all participants. Sharing my top.
We can see your screen. The time is exactly 10 minutes. We request you to finish as well as possible, Mr. Ganeshwara.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Definitely, sir. Thank you, sir. Myself, Ganeshwar Padi, and from Barampur University, Department of Electronic Science. I'm pursuing my PhD in electronic science, and my guide is Dr. Santanu Kumar Naik, a retired professor, and also I'm taking help of Dr. Sudha Panda, who is an technical officer in our department. My topic is total least square base radiative order statistic filter for image restoration. This is my abstract, This paper proposes order statistical filter with total least square based optimizer because researchers have applied total least square, least mean square, and also least square based method. And here we are having a new method that is total least square based order statistic L filter. And these are my outline. And you can say image signal restoration is challenge in the field of communication and real-time image capturing process. Is there may be chance of image distortion. Least mean square based or total least square filtering techniques have been widely used for impulsive noise removal purpose in case of the image and signal processing application. And here is the some previous method, LMS method, very earlier method. Here the weight update, that is next frame weight update is previous weight plus 2 into mu. The mu is some parameter, learning parameter, and it is the noise, and accent is the noise vector, that is noise image vector. And the output can be obtained by convolution of weight vector with the noise signal. Now in the TLS problem, the data matrix XC and observation matrix YC are corrupted with noise NC and small nc respectively. So the linear equation can be framed as X2 value, that is without noise, and NC, that is noise with the matrix, and Y true value, that is output true value without noise, and NC is the noise with the output matrix. So the TLS problem can be formulated as an optimization problem to find the optimal weight vector, which minimizes as known as the Frobenius norm. Frobenius norm means sum of square of all elements are added, and that is normalized the noise matrix. The TLS problem is a regressor problem which can be represented as that is output yi equal to xi into w. W is the weight matrix, where xt you can see that is a vector form of the image, and w is the weight, and x2 wTLS, that is the TLS weight, equal to y2. So we can again write xc minus that is nc, that is noise part, into wTLS, that is weight, equal to yc minus nc. Or we can see yc to xc minus nc with multiplication of minus y along with wTLS, means weight of the TLS filter should be equal to 0. Now using SB singular value decomposition method, the optimal weight can be derived with the help of fractional matrix YCXC. Let this Vn plus 1 equal to Vn plus 1, 2n plus 1. This is a vector with the right singular vector with respect to smaller singular value sigma n plus 1 of the external matrix XC YC. So WTL is equal to 1 over Vn plus 1 by n plus 1 into the corresponding vector. The TLS and LS solution approach to each other when the singular values sigma n plus 1 goes to 0, because it can never be 0, but if it approaches to 0, then we can obtain very less variance and good result. So the cost function ETLS, we can represent error square, sum of error square, by normalizing parameter, that is W2 W plus 1. Here in this case, we have taken the generalized cost function as E lambda k equal to lambda by 2, k equal to 1 to n, E square k by W2 W plus 1, that is a normalized parameter, plus 1 minus lambda, that is complementary for this parameter lambda, 1 log cos hyperbolic beta ek by W2 W plus 1. Ek is the error at the pixel site of the image, C equal to C1, C2. And here lambda equal to e to the power minus mu by e square of lambda k. Here x is a corrupted data image, size p cross q is the additive noise added to the pixel and is a pure without noise. Where c equal to c1, c2 denote the pixel position. We have taken filter window around the neighborhood of the pixel C. The window size is taken as I1 cross I2, and the cellular structure of the window can be represented by this. This is we have taken here 3 cross 3 window, and we can arrange into vector like that, matrix to vector, and Here is the important point. We have utilized that is order statistic filter, that is xmc equal to x1 to x2 xn, where x1 is less than x2. That means in the ascending order they're arranged. Also the weight vector also arranged. So that is the principle of a L filter. So the corresponding output of the L filter is equal to the weighted sum of the order inputs, that is UC equal to weight into noise image. That is in matrix multiplication we can write x to x transpose of C, the weight of C. The nonlinear output of the at the pixel C equal to C1 C2 is given by y is equal to f of UC 1 over 1 plus e to the power minus 2C. So the cost function for TLS algorithm is taken as here AC lambda by 2 EC square W3W plus 1, same 1 minus lambda complement of lambda value by B log of cos hyperbolic beta E W3W plus 1. And here the weight updation can be expressed using the gradient descent algorithm as a WC plus 1 equal WC and the gradient parameter beta W into gradient of cost function. So this is the final updation weight formula. The constant on the weight, here some constant is applied, that is here WC equal to W1, again arranged in the ascending order, weight vector, also the image vector also arranged, and gamma equal to n plus 1 by 2 means middle value. If 1 cross 9 vector, then 5 is the middle value. And so the modified weight vector and the input vector can be expressed as the WTXT in same ascending order. And here is the constant that W gamma C plus 1 equal to 1 minus I equal to 1 to n WTI C plus 1. That means sum of all the elements except the central element and one that is subtracted from 1. That is the central weight value. Here is the block diagram. We can see the input noisy image order taking place here. Then the TLS filter is applied. Researchers have already done this TLS filter. We have did here, means we have applied this order statistic property. Simulation result. In this paper, we carried out simulation of 8-bit grayscale available image Lina, Burger, boat, house, fruit of size 250 plus 250 with 5 Gaussian noise. Small patches of 8 plus 8 were taken, which includes smooth as well as edge region for training purpose. Different size of filter window 3 cross 3, 5 cross 5 were used for image restoration algorithm for LMS, TLS, and TLS-L filter. And different signals noise strength also taken, that is 10 dB. And we have applied for the Lina image. And we obtained
10 minutes are completed.
so with 2 minutes. Yes, sure. With PSNR 28.40, SSM 0.69. But for a TLS-L filter, we can see the PSNR obtained is 33.50 and SSM 0.78. We can see here the tabulation for restoration Lina image, with we can see 10 dB noise strength, LMS 28.04, 30.82 for TLS, TLS-L 33.50. So good result is obtained. Signal strength increases for 5 dB, 0 dB, then no doubt there is a decline in the this value, MSC and PS and SSI. So we can see these are the output obtained through our algorithm process, and we can find this good result for this is a 10 dB noise. So this is pure image, this is 10 dB noise, this is 5 dB noise, this is 0 dB noise, and it is restored by LMS filter EFG and HIJ for TLS and KLM using TLS-L filter. Other also we have taken other training testing image like house and sheep and burger, and for all we have obtained TLS-L filter works well in comparison to TLS and LMS filter. This is our conclusion. Okay, sir. Yes, completed. Just last conclusion. Sir. Okay.
Okay, now you're trying to remove the noises. Now, if it
Yes,
is
sir.
a
Yes,
motion
madam.
blur or a camera misfocus,
Yes, madam.
has your filter proved to be efficient?
Yes, madam. It also can be applied, but we applied here for certain people impulse noise. Uh, that is that like speckle noise. Also, it can work for also deblurring purpose. Also, if some they're blur due to handshake, also this filter can be applied.
And also, if the signal to noise ratio is much variant, what will be your remedy from your project? That is
Remedy
the
means
noise and the signal are much variant. That is each time
yes,
you give an image, always the noise is varying. It's not an usual
Yes,
type
madam.
of noise. It is always varying. Both the signal also. So in that
Yes, madam.
kind,
Madam, we have also demonstrated 10 dB noise and 5 dB noise and 0 dB. 0 dB means maximum noise. With that, the filter works very less performance in comparison 10 dB. In 10 dB, we can get actual almost all same image. But for 0 dB, performance declines. But we have been trying to method implement more appropriate methods. Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. Hello, sir.
Thank you.
Can I remove my slide?
Yes, yes, we can proceed. We can
Thank you, sir.
The next
Thank you,
person
sir.
is
Thank you, madam.
Emmanuel Jesse and John Roby on neurofuzzy wavelet based adaptive MPPT algorithm for PP systems. Emmanuel Jesse, John Roby. If the participants available. Emmanuel Jesse, John Roby, and Steve. I would like to call the next participant, Mr. P. Samuel Sandeep and Y. Victor Emmanuel on design and simulation of microgrid using solar PV panel. P. Samuel Sandeep. P. Samuel Sandeep, Y. Victor Emmanuel. So Samuel. P. Samuel Sandeep or by Victor Emmanuel if the person's participants available. We go with the next participant, Mr. Mangala Madhu and K. Kishore Chandrasekhar on data hiding using audio sonography with DWD transfer.
Yes, sir. Sir, can you present our slide?
Kindly, please start.
Sir, is our slide visible?
Yes, yes.
So good afternoon to everyone who is present in the conference. Myself, my name is K. Kishore Chandrasekhar, and my batchmates are M. Madhu and G. Sherry. So our guide are A. Muthukumar. And our project name is Data Hiding Using Audio Steganography with DWG Transform and RC7 encryption. So coming to our biography, we are the final students in electronics domain from Kalasningam University, and our guide, Dr. A. Muthukumar, he's an associate professor in electronics from Kalasningam University. So coming to the abstract of our project, actually the main thing that we used in our project is the steganography process. So basically this steganography refers, the main concept of this process is to hide the secret text or data by using any cover object that can actually change the properties of the secret data. So basically, normally everyone is going to use this steganography process by the help of either audio, image, or video purpose. But most often, everyone are going to use this a text, an image, or else a video format only for the purpose of steganography. A very few members of few papers have been published based on audio steganography. So audio steganography is a bit more secure than compared to the image and video purpose. So we've been using this audio process in process of hiding a data in our project. And also, in order to increase the encryption, like security purposes, we even added the RSSL encryption for this project. So yeah, in the abstract process, as you can see, actually the DWT transform, it can actually able to separate its bandwidth into two types of layers, mainly the approximate one and the detailed layer. In the approximate layer, most often the original audio is mainly segregated into that. So this project has an extended version, is actually an extended version of FFT based technography. We've been changed the property from FFT to DWT because of in order to reduce the quality of noise. So yeah, after that, the description of our project is, our project explains this proposed DWT-based real-time speech technography using RSSL encryption as we explained earlier, where we need to transfer a secret data from person or PC to PC or person with higher impressibility. This means that we can able to implement it real time by using any cover speech which is directly recorded by the user voice or else a recorded one. Anything is fine with that. In this project, we actually classified into majorly two categories. The first one is an encryption phase, and the second one is a decryption phase. So on the next slide, as you can see, this is the encryption phase, where starting encryption process is going to take place at the starting of the project. So as you can see on the block diagram, mainly first the audio, as we said earlier, it's going to be a recorded one or already the ongoing recording one. It undergoes the DWT transform, and parallelly, the secret message or the text that we wanted to hide undergoes RSSL encryption. Once we given the key, it's going to become a ciphertext. So once they're both getting embedded, they're going to form a new thing called stego encrypted audio, where the combination of the secret text as well as the audio is going to embed into one thing. This is called the encryption phase. And in order to extract in order to extract the secret text that we've been embedding into the audio, in order to change the properties during the process of transferring from the sender to the receiver, we just change the properties. In order to retrace the properties into the original one, we need to decrypt of what we have encrypted, right? So that process will undercome in this decryption phase. So what actually is going to happen? This stego encrypted audio is actually going to get extracted and majorly segregated into the previous ones, like the audio one as well as secret image. In order to do that, we have to we have to make sure that this encrypted audio should undergo through IDWT transform, that is the invert DWT transform, in order to get the original audio track. And also RC7 and decryption process also need to be made in order to. So in order to make that happen, we need to give the key so that only we can able to get the secret image what we have given at the starting phase. So based on the conclusion from the proved points of the output audio steganography concept, using an advanced transform method by updating the methodology and adding the RC7 concept for encryption process to get the desired secured output. The major changes we have made here is using an encryption process like RC7 in our project, which we have embedded with another type of project. Basically, it's a hybrid one, and convert it in ciphertext, which is capable of holding more bits capacity when compared to the previous version, such as RC5 or RC6, using the DWT transform instead of FFT, because here due to decomposition technique, further enhanced audio can be regenerated while extraction process. It means you don't have any loss of audio quality at all at the receiver side. So we got a ciphertext, which is an encrypted one displayed in output box, which can store a secret message from minimum 8 to 10 maximum desire. So these are the results. This is the ciphertext, and that is the audio one that we got once we get embedded into the file. Thank you. If you have any questions, you can able to ask.
While embedding the audio file, the phase differences between the adjacent segments, how are you taking care? The audio signal will have some phase difference, no, between an adjacent element. So how are you embedding that information into your image?
Ma'am, basically we are using this watermarking technique, ma'am.
Watermarking technique?
in order to actually segregate this data, actually this data were in the form of bits, ma'am. And once the audio format undergoes this transformation process, it's actually converted into the frequency ones.
Okay. How robust is your
And
technique?
then, ma'am, actually, the previous one where they've been using the FFT one, there is a noise that it is somewhat huge, ma'am. We actually need to calculate the further one, but our project, we are actually reducing very large amount, ma'am. We are reducing, it's like so much change, drastic change is there. We need to calculate the exact amount.
Why did you choose the
Yes, ma'am.
discrete wavelet transforms? There are other transforms also, like
Actually, the
curvelet,
main reason for
contourlet.
you,
But what made you choose
yeah,
the
ma'am.
wavelet transform?
No, because actually while segregating, once it goes this transformation process, it's actually segregated into two different bandwidth levels, ma'am. One is this approximation layer thing, that is the low frequency, and another one is the high frequency bandwidth. So actually in FFT, there is a loss of signal actually taking place. But here, I couldn't find any that much loss when compared to this FFT transformation. So I just think this is the, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Like to call the previous presenter, P. Samuel Sandeep or Y. Victor Manuel on design and simulation of microgrid using. If the person
Sir, I just
participants
stopped
available.
screen sharing. Is it okay, ma'am?
Sorry.
I just stopped screen sharing.
Yes,
It's
yes.
fine
Thank you
with
so
that.
much, Mr. Kishore Chandrasekhar.
Yeah, thank
Go with the next presenter, Victor Manuel and B. Sandeep Samuel. Any of the persons available? Thank you. We'll go with the next participant, Preeti Sahu and Dr. Santosh Kumar Agrahari on low power design and challenges in VLSI with LOD systems.
Hello,
Yes, ma'am. Please share
I
the
am
screen and
audible,
proceed.
sir.
Yes. Please share the screen.
Yeah, sir. Just sharing the screen. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I am presenting here my paper on low power design and challenges in VLSI with IoT systems. My guide name is Dr. Santosh Kumar Agrahari. This is our bibliography. I received my MTech degree in electronics and communication with VLSI designing from Purnima University, Jaipur in 2014, and pursuing PhD in VLSI system designing from Purnima University in 1920. Dr. Santosh Kumar Agrari, he's received his MTech degree in 2002, and he's completed his PhD in 2016. He's published 40 papers, and in international journals and conferences. He's published 2 patents and 1 copyright at India. These are the contents of my slide abstracts. IoT designed for people to explore the Internet of Things in on their everyday life. So this paper dealt with various issues with designing VLSI IoT devices. Designers need to design IoT systems with efficient VLSI or low power VLSI technologies, because of many more designing application of IoT has some issues like speed, power consumption, heat, energy loss, reliability, timing response, etc. Introduction. The IoT is a network of physical objects to connect communication like devices, vehicles, buildings, and many more. So IoT is simply defined by connecting things of everyday life to the robotics world or electronics with some softwares and sensors. The IoT system of interrelated computer devices, mechanical and digital machines, objects, animals, or peoples to provided by unique identifiers and their ability to transfer data over a network without requiring any human to human or human to computer interaction. In simple words, we can say IoT is taking all the physical places or things in the world and connecting them to on the internet. These are the some goals of the IoT: to achieve network of things for a defined purpose. Second is consist more data for better decision and immediate or short time. Third one is the convenience and automation of saving time or increase quality of life. This is the small architecture of a IoT system. There are 4 layers: sensing layer, network layer, data processing layer, and application layer. The sensing layer consider the sensors like temperature sensors and all. Network layer has considered the connectivity of some Wi-Fi connection and other internet connection or Bluetooth connections. The data processing layer used to processing the data with CPU and other microprocessor or microcontroller units. At the last application layer, which is data is processed through data processing layer, it is delivered to the many different application layers. IoT transform the data from one device to another device and through the internet standards. These are shown by these 4 layers. This is the architecture of simply how IoT system works: sensors or devices, connectivity, data processing, then user interface. Sensors is used to collect information and then send it, receive information and act it. It is processed by the processing, and communication is used to communicate the data from source to destination. These are the some advantages of IoT systems: improved safety and security, time saving, increases business opportunities, cost saving, increased productivity, internet connectivity, increased life of battery powered sensors, ability to transform large amount of data, high scalability or availability system design. These are some applications of IoT which are most popular on IoT things. Smart home, wearable devices, smart city, smart grid, industrial internet, connected car, connected health devices, smart retail or smart supply chain. Some issues which I found with IoT system design: these are global challenges like as cloud and fog computing. The data is very difficult in this system. Dynamic and complexity in flow of information, management of system, performance of system, security, power consumption, and internet operability. Challenges with VLSI in IoT system network. VLSI and low power VLSI has many more challenges and opportunity with IoT design, because IoT system designers require low power and low price system design. IoT system design required much more sensors, memories, microchips for connecting the thing over internet, but these are consume large amount of power and a large amount of energy. So VLSI designers can be designed low power sensors, memories which used to develop IoT system design with more power saver. Low power integrated sensors on a single chip with MEMS technology reduce the energy consumption. I have reviewed some techniques for the low power IoT systems. These are the gating technology, which is most popular in low power VLSI. These are the 2 types of gating technologies I have reviewed: clock gating and power gating. The clock gating technique achieved low power consumption with reducing unwanted clock switching activities during the circuit is not working. Also, the power gating technique used to reduce leakage power in the circuit. VLSI IoT system have more application in AI area, agriculture or smart digital systems area, but more power consumed by these components. So I have choose this field. This is my conclusion. IoT developing market offers opportunity to design smaller chips on a wide range of market requirement. So VLSI IoT devices must be designed and proved useful in networks IoT system. IoT system designers need to be designed to low power VLSI IoT systems. VLSI may reach their downscaling after some years. So at a wide range of ULSI circuit design and IoT's opportunity to designing a network or application specific for IoT. These are the references. Thank you. Any question, please?
Now, what is the QoS range for your system?
Sorry, ma'am.
QoS, quality of service. How much quality of service? What is the range you'll be fixing for these IoT system using your low power VLSI?
Ma'am, actually, this is only a review, so
Okay.
still now
Now, have you reviewed on the error tolerance property?
No, ma'am, I have reviewed just parameters with getting
Parameters,
technologies.
okay.
Yes, sir.
Failures against noise, radiation, aging will take place, no? Because it is an IoT, it will be looping over. So there will be tolerance against noise, radiation, and aging. So that also has to be taken care. So
Okay,
a review on that also will give an added advantage. Okay,
Okay, ma'am.
thank you.
I have no. Thank you, ma'am.
So much. To call the previous presenter, E. Samuel Sandeep or Y. Victor Emmanuel to present if they are available. Any of the participants available? E. Samuel Sandeep or Y. Victor Emmanuel. Any of the participants available from the team, they can directly present. So I would like to go with the next presenter, who is Ms. Kirti Kumar N on overview of remotely operated vehicle. Kirti Kumar N.
Yes, sir, present.
Yes, kindly share the screen.
Yeah, just a second. Yeah, hello.
Yes, we can see your presentation.
Yeah, just a second. My screen is stuck. Yeah, is my screen visible now?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so I'll start. Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shyam, and today I'll be presenting my review paper titled Overview of Remotely Operated Vehicle. I've done this paper along with two of my friends and my guide, Dr. Kirti Kumar N, who helped us all throughout. So the question which many of you might be having is, what is a remotely operated vehicle and why should we be studying about them? Well, lucky for you, we wrote an entire paper about it. So remotely operated vehicles, or ROVs as they are popularly abbreviated, are vehicles used to travel across different water bodies, ranging from lakes to sea. These vehicles can be controlled remotely and be used to do intricate scientific tasks. While oceans hold 96% of Earth's water, more than 80% of these oceans still remain unexplored. Over here, I have attached a map which shows the explored region in red and the unexplored in blue. ROVs have played a vital role in exploration and inspection of these uncharted territories. ROVs have gone to a depth of 10,909 meters, while the world record for deepest scuba dive is only 332 meters. ROVs can also operate for a much longer time in such extreme conditions. Due to these prowess, they have been used in many industries, which we'll discuss in the coming slides. Now, looking at the historical development of ROVs, while who exactly created the first ROV still remains a mystery, two can be credited for this invention. Louis Whitehead Automobile of Austria in 1854 developed a PUV, programmed underwater vehicle, which was basically a torpedo. But it was later in 1953 when famous French pioneer Dmitry Rebitkov developed the first remotely operated vehicle named Poodle with tether cable and surface control, which was an unmanned adaptation of his dive scooter. Here, if you see, is an image of the Poodle. Then, during the 1960s, the United States Navy started to work towards developing ROVs, which resulted in a remotely operable underwater camera system, which eventually was known by the name of Cable Controlled Underwater Research Vehicle, abbreviated as the CURV. It was developed mainly to recover torpedoes that went missing on the seafloor. Later, in 1966, at the coast of Spain during the Palmares B-12 crash, an atomic bomb that went missing was successfully recovered with the help of US Navy Curve. And in 1973, with the help of US Navy Curve 3, an eminent deep sea submarine, Pieces, was saved at the coast of Ireland with minutes of oxygen left. Here, if you see, is a screenshot of an article by BBC News on the dramatic underwater rescue of Pieces 3 submarine. Later, in 1974, many governments worldwide started to fund ROV development, and the ROV Technical Center was moved to the United Kingdom to assist in oil and gas production in the North Sea. As this technology started gaining more significance, further from 1974 to 1982, 350 vehicles were produced, funded, and constructed. Some notable ones are RCV 225, which eventually was developed to RCV 150, developed by Hydro Products in the USA. In 1995, Jamstack's Skyco ROV broke the record by diving to a depth of 35,791 feet in the Mariana Trench Challenger Deep. It has been the world's only full ocean depth survey since 1995. Coming to the classification of ROVs, based on their functionality, they can be classified into 5 categories, which are Class 1 ROVs or observation vehicles, which can go up to a maximum depth of 300 meter and are the smallest. Class 2 or observation vehicle with payload capability, they can go deeper than 300 meter. Class 3 or work class vehicle possess high powered tooling capabilities and can perform heavier tasks. Class 4 and Class 5 ROVs fall under specialized prototype or development vehicles category. They do not swim in water but crawl. ROVs can also be classified based on the design and size into 2 categories, intervention class and inspection class. Intervention class can further be divided into light work class and heavy duty work class. Light work class ROV weigh between 100 kg and 1500 kg and are used in survey operation, while heavy duty work class ROV weigh up to 5000 kgs and are used to perform drilling, support, and construction operation. Inspection class can also be further classified into 2 categories, medium sized and micros handheld ROVs. Medium sized ROV weigh between 30 kg and 120 kg and are equipped with accurate navigation system, high resolution camera which help in mapping. Micro handheld inspection class ROV weigh between 3 kg and 20 kgs and come in many configurations like cube shaped variants and more streamlined shapes. They require less power to operate and can be launched and recovered by manpower alone. Talking about applications of ROVs, during recent years, ROVs have broadened their area of application with inclusion of wireless connectivity, autonomous control system, and better battery performance. They have found application in aquaculture field, where fish farmer can track the fishes to get a better harvest. They are used in inspection of underwater pipes, tanks, and open water applications such as hull inspection. They are used in the defense industry where they are used to track anything suspicious in the water bodies and also used to track weapons lost underwater. Environmental research and surveying of oceans and other water bodies. They are also used by municipal bodies for a routine inspection of dam and water bodies. Nowadays, they are also used for underwater photography and cinematography. Now, in our paper, 4 research papers were reviewed and discussed in detail. The first among them was Contriving of ROV, published in the year 2020. This research paper deals with the development of an ROV which can aid in providing data about various scientific parameters of water, and here they have put the famous focus mainly on sensing the turbidity of different water bodies. It also uses a GPS to keep track of its location. They have developed an Android-based app that can track the ROV's location and operate it with the help of an antenna fixed on the ROV. The results have been tabulated accordingly. In the second paper, titled Simplified Modeling and Identification of an Inspection ROV, that was published in the year 2018, the authors performed numerous tests and obtained data with respect to pitch, roll, and yaw motion of ROVs in water bodies, and have compared experimental data with analytical data provided by the manufacturer of VideoRave Pro 4 ROV. After that, we have our third research paper titled A Novel Low-Cost ROV for Aquaculture Application, which was published in the year 2017. This paper focused on the design and fabrication of an ROV with omnidirectional motion and an infrared sensor to aid fishermen in tracking fish in this project. They were successful in achieving their goal, and the project concept, as well as the design and prototype, are as follow as shown in the figure. The fourth paper, titled A Customizable Underwater Robot, was published in the year 2017. This paper focuses on the design and fabrication of ROVs having omnidirectional motion and is easy for the user to control. The picture which you see following the fourth paper is the final design of their vectorized 6 thruster frame configuration, and the picture below is the successful test of this robot. Now, coming to the conclusion of our entire paper, our paper presents the historical development in the field of ROVs from their inception in the year 1953 to their modern day adaptation. This paper contributes to our understanding of ROVs and their application in various fields. Different design and parameters of classifications were discussed. Few prominent research papers dealing with different topics ranging from application to design were reviewed. With that, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you all for listening to me. And if you have any queries, you can surely ask me.
What are some advantages of using this ROV over manned submersibles?
Over?
Submersibles.
Manned submersible. Yeah, ma'am. So the thing with using an ROV over a manned submersible is ROVs can go to a much deeper depths in ocean. They don't have to worry about the physical limitation of man. So they can perform intricate scientific tasks like ranging the seafloor, going to deeper extent and studying the aquaculture there without worrying about the pressure which they'll be facing. Because if a human has to go to such deep parts of the ocean, we also have to think about how much pressure the entire submarine will be facing
Yeah.
and how we'll equip them. So that's where ROVs came, and nowadays ROVs especially in Antarctica and those regions under the icebergs, ROVs are playing a very important role in in studying
What
these.
property a submersible and an ROV should share?
I didn't get you, ma'am. Can you repeat yourself?
That is what property a submersible, that is a manned submersible, and an ROV, what property it must share?
They both share the need to dive and come back. They need to communicate with a source on ground repeatedly. Submarines, they communicate with one source, but at
And
times
also
they
the
do.
ocean pressure.
Yep. So
Everything
they have to bear
take
the
care.
pressure, and yeah, all those stuff. And they need to have a good power source. So these things they share in common. The only thing they don't share in common is ROVs. They don't need a manned supervisor on board, and sometimes don't even need a person offshore. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. And I would like to call the next participant. The game is Praveen Sahairaj on optimizing catching perfection. The game is Praveen Sahairaj. The game is Praveen Sahairaj. Or any of the previous participants are available. P. Samuel Sandeep, Y. Victor Emmanuel, or Emmanuel Jesse, John Robbie. Any of the participants available to present? Still in the team, any of the participants who are not presented yet, can just inform now.
Yes, sir. Samuel Sandeep, sir.
Yes, Mr. Samuel Sandeep, I keep on calling your name. Please start presenting, Mr. Samuel Sandeep.
Sir, my teammate has to come, sir.
May I know when he will come?
Sir?
May I know when he will come?
No, he will be.
Sorry?
He will be joining, sir, within 5 minutes.
Kindly make it fast and request you to present it.
Sure, sir.
Mr. Victor Emmanuel, Samuel, kindly share the screen.
Sir?
Mr. Victor Emmanuel just joined. So I request either one of you can share the screen and start presenting.
Sir, just a minute, sir. Just logging in. Samuel.
So Samuel or Victor Emmanuel, can you please start the session? Samuel and Victor Emmanuel, can you please start the session?
Sir, it will take 10 minutes, sir. If anyone is...
Yeah, sorry, please contact the respective conference organizer.
Sir, the time is like up to 3:45 now, sir.
Absolutely, but kindly contact them once. Meanwhile, we will go with the rest of the participants.
Yes.
Any participant is ready to present can present now.
Thank you, ma'am. I just want to inform the same. I request Mr. Samuel. I hope you are the only one present.
Samuel came, sir, and will present the screen.
It's been
Sir.
more than 10 minutes. I request you to present now.
Yeah, sir. Yes.
Sir, if it takes time, shall I present our college video?
Just a minute, ma'am. Mr. Victor or Samuel, will it take so much of time?
Yes, sir. We're doing, sir.
Yes, yes. Not required, ma'am. They are going to present.
Okay, okay, okay.
Hello, sir. I'm able to.
Yes, yes. We can listen you and your PPT is also present.
Samuel.
And start.
Sir, Samuel will start the presentation, sir.
Yes, anyone. Time is 10 minutes exactly. Please go ahead.
Sir,
Hello.
Samuel, continue.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. So we are here to present design and simulation of microgrid using solar PV panel. Myself, Samuel, me, Victor, and our guide P. Venkatesh Kumar, sir. We three of have done research on it, and we did a project also using MATLAB. My friend Victor is here to explain the simulation of the MATLAB.
Samuel, complete the abstract and the description of the microgrid, and I'll explain the simulation after that. Sir?
Yes.
Sir, Samuel? Sir, I'll go with the presentation, sir. Sir, we actually work on the design and simulation of microgrid for the load of 500 kilowatt, and we designed when we go through this block diagram, we can see this simulation circuit. We have the power sources from solar array and the diesel generator. We have taken solar PV panels to generate the electricity from the solar energy, and we use in sometimes when we have the more power demand. I mean load when we have more load demand, we use the diesel generator along with the solar panels, and we have taken the load of two types. One is constant load and one is variable load, and we have the utility grid, which is coming where we use commonly where we get power from power corporations. This is a utility grid, and we have energy storage system also in this. And so this is the main diagram, and we just unmask these things. We have two types of load, and diesel generator, solar array, energy storage system. Sir, these are the two relays, sir. The first relay and the second relay. We have given the times of 2 and 3 seconds. And when we disconnect the relay from we can disconnect the utility grid from the load side by using this relay, and we can give the command like time we can give to that relay. At the time it will disconnect from the utility grid, and we can also add and remove the variable load by using this relay. And at 5 seconds, so, and the main simulation is we have taken we disconnect the utility grid at the 15 seconds, and we when we disconnect the load, we have the variable load is of 300 kilowatt, and the diesel generator we have having a capacity of 1 megawatt, and the solar panels is also like 500 kilowatt, and energy storage system is also having 500 kilowatt capacity. Sir, Samuel?
Is your presentation completed, Mr. Samuel?
Sir, some graphs are missing, sir. Samuel? Yes, sir. I'll just explain the concept. When we disconnect the grid, we will separate the utility grid from the load we are using, sir. And at the 15 seconds, when we remove the load, we'll see a change in frequency, and also we'll change in the we also observe the change in voltage, sir. And after that 35 seconds, we'll add the variable load to the generator set. When it is added, we can also observe the changes in frequency and the disturbances of frequency, and also we can observe the raise in generator voltage, sir, because we added the load along with the variable load. So that will observe from the graph, sir. That's all, sir. Samuel?
Thank you so much, Mr. Samuel and Manuel. The session chairs can proceed with the queries they can.
Which is better, on-grid or off-grid solar?
Hello, Samuel.
Seems Samuel is not available. If you know the answers, you can proceed, Mr. Manuel.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Which is better, on-grid or off-grid solar?
On-grid, ma'am.
On-grid? Actually, off-grid is advantageous. And what are the advantages of off-grid? Okay, the price is still relatively expensive. It is 3 to 15 times greater. So how do you justify?
The initial cost of for solar panels is very much high, ma'am. But for the long time, we can get but also the unit cost of electricity is also around 7 to 8 rupees. And when we maintain the solar panels efficiently, we can cover the amount which we pay for the electricity bill as electricity bill.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Caroline, session chair, ma'am, for your valuable sessions and inputs, solutions as well. With this, we have completed with the technical sessions part.
Okay.
Thanks
Thank
so
you,
much,
sir.
everyone. I thank all the participants and the session chairs and the delegates. Proceed with this valuable information. So now we will proceed with the valedictory interaction, valedictory speech by the respective eminent person. I request everyone to be patient for a few minutes, like 1 or 2 minutes, so that we will be having his session right away. I request everyone to be patient, please. Thank you. Thank you. We will go with the last presenter who we had missed lastly. I would like to call one more last presenter. And her name is Remesius Praveen Saharas on optimizing catchy fetching. Remesius Praveen. Mr. Praveen, are you available?
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Remigius sir is our
Okay, please proceed.
professor. So
Share the screen and proceed.
yes, just give me 1 minute. Yes, is my screen visible?
Yes, yes, you can proceed.
All right.
Yes, can you hear me?
Volume is a little low though.
One second. Is it okay now?
Yes, it's all right.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Mr. Joseph, can you please proceed?
Yeah, Nancy, shall we start? Is Nancy there? Nancy Matthew? I think like, she's rejoining. Just 30 seconds actually, but she'll begin the introduction soon. Sorry for the delay. Just give us 30 seconds. Just having a little technical difficulty.
Am I audible?
Yes, Nancy, you are audible.
Okay, I'm so sorry about the technical glitch. We shall begin. So good afternoon, everybody. I'm Nancy Matthew, and this is my teammate Justin Joseph, and we are presenting our project to you, which is optimizing cache prefetching. Could you go to the next slide? A small background: we're from the Department of Computer Science and Engineering in Loyola ICACCT College of Engineering and Technology in Loyola campus, Chennai. Yes. All right. So the basis of our project is that computer memory is organized in a hierarchy. However, computers only access a small portion of their memory at any given point in time. So keeping the portion of computer memory contents that are accessed frequently closer to the processor is sorry. Yes, so keeping the portion of the computer memory contents that are closest, that are accessed frequently closest to the processor is imperative. Now, computer memory is not keeping up with increases in processor speed, and so memory has been designed as a hierarchy. However, a new solution has been proposed to introduce prefetchers into computer memory architecture in the form taking inspiration from LSTM-based solutions to predict memory addresses that will be accessed in the future ahead of time. Could you please go to the next slide?
Yeah, all right.
Yes.
Right. So this is the proposed system design, and the purpose of this is to be able to predict future memory accesses, so they can be prefetched and kept in the cache. So when the CPU requires it, it would be there, and it wouldn't have to search, go into multiple lower levels of memory and obtain the memory it was looking for. So the system has been split into 3 different modules. The first module is the data extraction module. The second module is the data pre-processing, and the final one is the training and testing module. So coming to the first module, the data extraction module, the purpose of this module is to obtain and record the data that will be used by the system which is going to do the predictions. So this is basically what would be the input for the system that is going to predict. And the benchmark programs, which is the source of the data, is being sourced from Parsec, which is a benchmark suite, and they have different programs, each program tuned to a certain task, and all those programs put together will be able to test the CPU and the memory in various aspects. So using these programs as a source would enable the prefetcher or the system which is going to predict to be able to learn all possible scenarios of accessing data memory. And the second step is instrumentation. So instrumentation over here takes the actual program, and when running it, it obtains information from the program, which could be in the form of logs, performance metrics, or traces. And in our case, we are going to be using the trace of the program. And the output in the end would be a program trace. And these are the system requirements which were used to perform these. The next step is, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. The next module is the data pre-processing module, and the data pre-processing module forms the core of the entire dynamic memory access predictions. So the data pre-processing module is performed to convert program traces from our benchmarks into a sequence of address deltas that can be used for prediction. Now, there are 4 major operations that are performed in data pre-processing. The first one is address delta conversion. So we convert absolute memory addresses into differences between consecutive memory addresses in this operation. The second one is tokenization. In tokenization, we encode each of the address deltas that we've got, so it can later be used for classification. The third operation we perform is windowing. Windowing basically takes a look back window of size 3 in our case for every single sequence of memory accesses. And finally, our fourth operation is binary encoding. And this forms the crux of our model compression. So each of the address classes are then represented in binary so that our model can be reduced by something that takes over 3 million parameters to something that takes around 3,000 parameters and makes it feasible to run on a live system. Yes, could you go to the next slide, please? And these were the system requirements for our data pre-processing module. Yes, moving on.
Yes, thank you, Nancy. So the final module is the training and testing module. And over here, the purpose of this module is to use the pre-processed data and train a model which can perform highly accurate predictions. And so the training will be done using an untrained LSTM and the data which is going to be used for training. And once this training is done, we will have a trained LSTM. And on the trained LSTM, we can now use testing data, and we can test the LSTM and see how well it's predicting. And this would then be used, the whatever it predicts, that will be evaluated against the actual true data, and we would be able to evaluate it and use accuracy measures to ensure that to be able to find out how well it is performing. And for testing, we use a split of 80% for training, 20% for evaluation. And in the training of the 80%, we use 80% over there to train the model and another 20% to test it. And the accuracy metrics used are binary accuracy. We calculate binary accuracy, we calculate binary cross entropy, and mean absolute error and mean square error. And for this, these are the following system requirements which we used, and which we would suggest to train the given model.
Yes. So finally, the memory accesses that we trained on had the following structure. From over 1 million, 10 million absolute addresses, we were able to and that many classes, we were able to compress our model to have a generalized structure that consists of 3,560 trainable parameters, even though it was training on data that was GBs in length. The overall total size of our data would probably be around 10 GB, 5 to 10 GB. But even in such large data sets, we were able to generate a generalized model that was able to predict memory addresses that could be prefetched ahead of time. Yes.
All right. So coming to the performance analysis, so we had these are the learning curves which we were able to obtain from the model which we had trained, and these are all curves which are plotted against the experience on the basis of different metrics, precisely 4. And we have performance curves, which, for instance, is the first graph which tests metrics for performance. For instance, over here we use binary accuracy, and the other 3 are optimization curves, which are metrics which help us in understanding how to optimize the model better. And over here they are loss functions and error functions, and these are various benchmark programs that we traded on.
Yes. So in conclusion, these were the results we obtained. We obtained binary accuracies as high as 97% on certain benchmarks. There was a single benchmark that did not perform as well as the others for this model, and that was the Black-Scholes benchmark. Could you move on to the next slide? Overall, we standardized our experimentation procedure to include 100 epochs for every single benchmark, and this is what we learned. 95% of the learning that was performed by the model was performed within the first 5 epochs. And out of the 5 benchmarks that we had, 2 of those benchmarks reached their best weights within the first 3 epochs. So this creates scope for it to be used in live systems, because it can be pre-trained, deployed in a live system, and retrained every few hours whenever the accuracy falls below a certain threshold. And because it achieves high accuracies within 2 to 3 epochs, occupies a memory footprint of around 850 KB, which is really negligible in present day systems. It is an actual feasible option for live systems. Additionally, we found that this was highly generalizable because we trained it on a variety of benchmarks that involve programs used in financial analysis, rendering, and a variety of applications. Could you move on to the next slide? Yes. So in conclusion, we can say that this work has proved to have a better memory efficiency as well as a better accuracy than previous systems. And this can be further extended by incorporating directly into application specific speed up, or into the memory management unit of an operating system distribution, or even finally into hardware. We find that this is immediately extensible in programs like Ray Trace, which is a currently used program in a lot of gaming applications, and program specific speed up seems like the next step for the extension of this project. If you'd like to see a little bit more of how the work was implemented, this is our GitHub repository, and it will be available for viewing later. We are open to questions now.
Now, can data prefetching into the cache harmful to the system?
Could you please repeat your question, ma'am?
You are prefetching the data into the cache, no? Can it be at any point of time harmful to the system?
Yes. The thing is, caching is not a complete solution if the data that is prefetched into the cache is not cached at the right time. So there are three very important metrics when it comes to caching. One is timeliness, one is usefulness, and third one I can't recall at the moment. So if data is cached earlier than required, it may be replaced before it is actually used. So that makes that operation redundant. Whereas if it is cached too late, then again, it would not be useful to the memory management unit. However, if it is cached at the right time, it would be used and then replaced by another block of data, which is to be used next.
Okay. Now, what is the drawback of prefetching the data into the cache while solving instructions of a processor? That is, you're solving instructions of a process at a point of time. At that time, this prefetching, if you do, what is the drawback?
There is the thing is, prefetching is also performed on CPU cycles. So the idea here is to trade memory latency for CPU cycles. So if too many CPU cycles are spent on prefetching, then fewer CPU cycles would go into processing, which means processing would be slowed down. Whereas if not enough CPU cycles are spent on prefetching and all of them are spent on processing, whenever the actual data being processed requires contents from memory, it would cause a delay there. So the disadvantage would arise when the right balance between prefetching and processing is not achieved.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your presentation, and the time our session chair has given is very much precious to us. Thank you so much, session chair ma'am, for your valuable inputs and suggestions to all our presenters.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you for having
Thank
us.
you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Next, I would like to proceed with the valedictory speech. Just want to share the screen.
Hello. Hello.
Very good evening, sir. So we want to give you a speech about introduction about our
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Can you hear me, everyone?
We can hear you, sir. But prior having your session, we would like to give a small introduction about you. Who is Mr. Professor Edward Babulak, and he is honorary chair, chief mentor, and senior advisor, core advisor committee at the World Assessment Council at Lynchburg, Virginia, United States. Who is accomplished international scholar, researcher, consultant, educator, professional engineer, and polyglot with more than 30 years of experience. He served as editor, reviewer, conference chair, and has successfully published. He served as chair of IEEE Vancouver Ethics Professional and the Conference Committee. He was invited keynote speaker at the University of Oxford, University of Cambridge at 2000, 2005, and 2010. MIT in 2005-2010, University of Surrey, Purdue University, Penn State, Yokohama National University, and University of Electrocommunications in Tokyo, Japan, Shanghai Jiaotong University, Sungkyunkwan University in Korea, and NC's Technical University, Graz University of Technology, Austria, and other prestigious academic institutions worldwide. His academic and engineering work was recognized internationally by the Engineering Council in the UK, the European Federation of Engineers, and credited by the Ontario Society of Professional Engineers and APEG in British Columbia and Canada. He was awarded higher postdoctoral degree, Doctor of Science in this is a public, PhD, MSc, and high national certificate diplomas in the United Kingdom, as well as the diploma in electrical engineering in Slovakia. He is the fellow of the Royal Society RSA London, UK, chartered fellow, mentor, and member of the Elite Group of the British Computer Society London, UK, 2013 to 14. Invited panel member for National Science Foundation Graduate Research Fellowship Program at USC. He's expert consultant for Horizon 2020 and CODIS FP6, FP7 European Commission, Brussels, Belgium, and a mentor and a senior member of IEEE and ACM at USC, nominated fellow of the Institution of Engineering and Technology at London, UK, and distinguished member of the ACM at USC, and chartered member of the IET London, UK. We are so glad that we have Sir's introduction. So I would like to proceed with our eminent keynote speaker, Edward Babulak, to give his valuable session to all of us. Over to you, sir. Professor, sir.
Hello, hello.
Yes, we can hear you, sir. You can proceed. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good evening in India and good morning on the East Coast. I hope you all had a very interesting and very productive conference. I must say, I feel to start my presentation, I just want to say my sincere condolences for loss of lives of people, in India, and due to COVID. We are living in a very different times, and indeed, this is even when I was thinking about giving my presentation, I hope you all will have access to our paper, but I like to, giving two facts that it was a long day for you all, and also that there is a, COVID crisis ongoing. So I like to reshape my talk, and I was thinking perhaps try to connect if the computer scientists and engineers could somehow contribute to solving the problem of COVID or any natural disasters. And of course, we see that in, let me just get you to my slide. We see that actually the COVID have shaken the whole way of life we know it. First of all, the medical records and the John Hopkins map and everything is actually a very large distributed database. And of course, all this distributed computing, what we know traditionally have now been shifted to a cloud, or what is cloud computing was basically traditionally distributed computing. Now, also in, say, last 10, 15 years, the word smart has become kind of part of that computation. Smart, yet often needs to be defined to what level we consider smart. So had a very brief overview of the subject of the paper, and that is to say that whatever there is in cloud, whatever information we keep with regards to privacy or government or health, everything is kept somewhere on the platform of clouds. And of course, security has become essential. Many of you will agree that, say 20 years ago, the most critical issue of computing and computer network infrastructures were or was quality of service provision. And that quality of service provision means that we have connectivity, bandwidth, and provision of all these services. With multimedia, everything have changed. There was a lot of data transmitted all across the network. And today, somewhat, cloud offers that platform when we can keep basically cloud as a software as a service, hardware as a service, application as a service. So there's a lot of delegation to cloud, and yet cloud itself is a very large distributed computer system that has a lot of entry points and connectivity, and as such is ultimately vulnerable. I also believe that we are now at the beginning of the third millennium. We are kind of entering the era of smart cyberspace. And often when I talk to colleagues or students or anywhere, I often ask what smart is. And of course, the concept of smart is often connected to functionalities and features that the system provides. If we look at the previous presentation with smart cache and prefetching, memory prefetching, I remember teaching computer architecture class back in last year. And it seems that the computers are becoming more and more capable of computation. And yet, again, this is part of that very large cyber space. So perhaps we will see very soon another word added to smart computation, smart cloud, and that will be ultra smart. But what's the main purpose, in my view, of that smart computation is to save lives. And I might be perhaps, idealist to some extent, but I believe that now we have to use all this knowledge and wisdom that we share and protect human lives. We see that the third millennium have basically gave a foundation for applied research in next ultra generation or ultra smart computational devices. If you look at, say, 50 years ago, the Apple, Samsung, and all these new smart cell phones are basically supercomputers that are now accessible to people to buy. And yet, it seems that with the COVID crisis, and I come back to COVID for a reason, means that we have a lot of data, and both on fronts of developing a vaccine, developing a medication, preventing and healing. There is a lot of data, and unfortunately, a lot of data are lost. We don't have, or there is no system yet that keeps track 24/7 how particular virus or person affected with the virus or person who never had a virus and basically was vaccinated, how the vaccine works and what are the effects, etc., etc. Now, I also would like to add to smart cloud that we don't see yet, or we don't often talk about, is humanoid robotics and robotic Ethernet. This is a part of that cloud because, as you may know, the smart robots are also learning from each other and they're interconnected via robotic Ethernet. And yet, there is very soon we will see, worked with colleagues in South Korea, in Japan, and one of my colleagues from South Korea, Professor Sukan Lee, he's a chair of the Korean robotic space program. And I remember working in his lab, and we had a lot of discussions on that humanoid robot. But the applications are, of course, many, and we see, another kind of conjunction of fundamental concepts like big data, AI, machine learning, telemedicine, and of course, electronic health record, which basically collects all this information on developing antibodies and also look at, how the medical experts and yet computer scientists and researchers could actually save lives and restart the economy everywhere around the globe. Now, of course, it seems like cloud have brought together experts in many different fields. And fundamentally, what we'll see very soon is that cloud has become a target of cyber attacks. And there are many, reasons why cloud is vulnerable. This could be purely economical, could be part of the cyber war, could be part of malicious activity of specific groups. So essential part of that cloud infrastructure is to make sure that it has capability to recover. In other words, the business continuity, or what we call disaster recovery, is to be able to restore the IT infrastructure all around. I remember working with colleagues on a large ICT project. But part of that, if you look at, definitely I can imagine there are regions in India and of course South Pacific, all around the world, that the economies are very small, but they all depend on that information communication infrastructures. And so this is very important that now that information that sits on the cloud is safe and secure. And of course, that there are ways of protecting and keep this resource intact, in other words, in its full integrity. And so that brings me to that CIA, the confidentiality, integrity, and availability model, which is fundamental model as far as the computer security is concerned. Now, also part of that cloud security is the authentication and authorization. And of course, given the advancements of expertise in hacking, unfortunately, a lot of people could pretend to be somebody else, and they could also basically get into a system. So I think there are many techniques and many ways of looking at, security at the node, basic nodes, routers, and switches. And of course, I believe at the same time, a hardware security. So coming back to the very initial thought of COVID, it seems like we have now yet to explore the application of AI, robotics, and big data, and yet again, all interconnected via clouds and Ethernet, and see how we can actually bring that good practices or well-established knowledge in contributing to save lives. It seems like, again, I'm so privileged, and I like to say to Gamati and Poya and to all colleagues connecting this conference that I'm very honored and very, 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 I feel, very touched, and I hope very much that the outcomes of this conference and at the same time, the results and the meetings are very useful and will bring together all of us to work. In the discussion, I just like to address a couple of basic things, and the keywords I mentioned: humanoid robotics, AI, cyber systems, and of course, the keyword is saving lives. we didn't think often about, connecting computing to humanity. But I believe this is where we are now. This is where we are. And this is the urgency that we have to be reminded of. With that note, I'd like to open a conversation. I'd like to start the conversation. And once again, want to say thank you for a wonderful, wonderful conference, and of course, for excellent talks. And I hope very much that India, the land of wisdom and so much of wonders for humanity, your country, your people have contributed to the betterment of the whole world. And of course, you are part of that, drivers in innovation of technology and cutting edge smart cyberspace. So I hope we will together be able to overcome, and God's willing, when time comes, we'll be able to perhaps meet in person and work together. I also, if I may, I've been, we had a little bit of situation on my end here. As you know, nobody's safe. COVID is everywhere. So I like to, as a token of gratitude, to offer to all of you, the willing to collaborate. I'd be happy to collaborate, work with PhD students, examine the PhD thesis, and basically contribute to whatever help I could be of, of any assistance. Please do let me know. So I like to again thank you, and invite any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our keynote speaker, sir, for your valuable session. We're so glad to receive your inputs. So with this, we have ended up with our, going to end our respective conference. So hopefully our day 2 conference is also completed. I request a small favor from the conference participants. I request everyone to turn on the videos just to take a snapshot of the respective conference. I request everyone to turn on their videos to just have a snapshot, a picture of, a glimpse of pick from every conference. So that's the reason I request everyone to turn on their videos once, please. People who are interested can turn on their
If I may ask, how many people joined the conference today?
It's more than 150 people have joined, sir. And today on the day 2, we had nearly 40 participants. We had technical participants have came up with their presentations, and on the day 1 we had 40. So nearly 250 to 280 persons have been joined so far, sir.
Excellent, excellent.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. So I would like to just take a snap. Please wait. Yes, thank you so much. And on behalf of our IFERP, it's my pleasure to thank all the delegates, keynote speakers, session chairs, committee members, academicians, young researchers, and participants for this impressive international conference on advanced computing and communication technology, which is ICACCT 21, conducted as virtual, organized by Francis Xavier Engineering College, Tirunelveli, and IFERP. The participants were very enthusiastic, and I'm sure that the participants must have benefited by attending this conference. We have been fortunate to have some of eminent persons from academia as our distinguished keynote speakers. So Dhananjay Singh, Vice President at Engineering at E-Governments Foundation at Karnataka, India. Richard Sinot from Melbourne. Oscar Correa, IT Director at Kenya. And Professor Edward Babulak is from Virginia, United States. To put a conference of this magnitude together is not a small task. To that end, I would like to thank our chief patrons, Dr. S. Cletus Babu, founder and chairman of SCAD Group of Institutions in India, Dr. X. Amali Cletus, Vice Chairperson, and C. Arun Babu, Managing Director of SCAD Group of Institutions, and our patrons, Dr. K. Jayakumar, General Manager of SCAD Group of Institutions, B. Velumurugan as a Principal of Francis Xavier Engineering College, Steering Committee Chair, Mr. G. Prince Devraj, HOD IT at Francis Xavier Engineering College, and our session chairs, Dr. T.C. Supalakshmi, Dr. Bhupesh Kumar, Dr. Lakshmi Narayanan, Dr. Karthik Kovuri, he's from BV Raj Institute, Dr. Anita Ma'am, and Dr. M. Caroline Viola Stilly Mary Ma'am. So for continuous supports and advice, which have greatly helped towards the successful of this conference, I sincerely thank our convener, Dr. J.B. Shajalin Loret, as an assistant professor at IT from Francis Xavier Engineering College at Tirunelveli. And I sincerely thank the members of the organizing committee for their valuable sessions and for providing their wisdom, guidance, and support. May also thanks go to all the people who have given their precious time in organizing this conference. Lastly, I would like to thank all the presenters who have shared their knowledge and researches, which is the foundation of this conference. So once again, thank everyone whose contribution has made this conference a successful. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much for your participation. We will see you all. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Thank you so much.
So we will continue the next. Fatima ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I'm here. Here we have our Professor Academics, L.R. Priya ma'am. So we would like to have few words from you, ma'am.
So, good evening, respected dignitaries, invited speakers, academicians, research scholars, and participants from various parts of country. So it's given me an immense pleasure to see you all through this international conference on computational and communications technology. So I'm congratulating Department of IT for the successful conduction of this conference. Due to this, even though we are stuck up in our home in this pandemic situations, our Department of Information Technology has taken a very initiative step and they successfully completed their virtual conference. So I came to know that the keynote speakers are detailed, deliberate their new technologies in AI and data science. So it is very useful for all the participants and the research scholars, those are pursuing as well as they are doing their research in the field of AI and data science. I once again thank the eminent speaker, Professor Edward for this validation speech. His speech in cloud computing is very knowledgeable and it is very useful for the recent research scholars. I once again congratulate and thank our Department of IT and all the organizers for the successful conduction of this virtual conference. ICACCT. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Priya. Thank you very much. I'm just sending you a message saying that the program was excellent and I look forward to collaboration. Perhaps we'll find a way to collaborate and again, all the colleagues joining the conference. You have gained my great admiration.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. We are really glad to get inputs and suggestions from you. We are really thankful to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Namaste.
So shall we wind up the session? Shall we end the session, ma'am? Ms. Fatima, ma'am?
Yes, vote of thanks by Dr. J.B. Sajvin Loret, ma'am. Ma'am, can you tell the vote of thanks?
Ma'am. A very good evening to one and all present here. It's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks on this virtual international conference on advanced computing and communication technology, ICACCT 21, which is organized by Department of Information Technology, Francis Xavier Engineering College, Vannarpete, Tirunelveli, in association with Institute of Engineering Research and Publication. I, on behalf of Francis Xavier Engineering College and the entire fraternity of Institute, first of all, my sincere thanks to Almighty God for making this 2 days conference a grand success by His blessings and grace. Next, I would like to thank our Honorable Chairman, Dr. Cletus Babu, who graced us with his valuable support and guidance. Next, I would like to thank our Managing Director, Engineering C. Arun Babu, for being the catalyst that inspired us to do our best and stand as a pillar of power. I am very grateful to Dr. Jaykumar, General Manager Development, SCAD Group of Institutions, for giving us an opportunity to organize this event. We have been fortunate to be assisted by Principal Dr. Vel Murugan for constant support and encouragement throughout the conference. Next, I would like to thank all our national and international advisory committee for their valuable suggestions and directions. Next, on behalf of Francis Xavier Engineering College, I extend my very hearty gratitude to all the eminent keynote speakers on day one, Professor Oscar Correa, Director at Mafia Education, and Dr. Richard Sinat, Director, E-Research University of Melbourne, for gracing and sharing their appreciating ideas. And I mention my sincere sense of gratitude to them. Thank you, sirs. I would like to thank our distinguished keynote speakers on day two, Mr. Dhananjay Singh, Vice President Engineering at E-Government Foundation, Bangalore, for making an excellent presentation and making this conference in a very meaningful one. Thank you, sirs, for your very thoughtful, provoking, and interesting address. I extend my sincere thanks to the external session chairs, Dr. Bhupesh Kumar, Professor Faculty of Computing and Software Engineering, Arbamint University, Ethiopia, and Dr. Karthik Kovari, Associate Dean, B.V. Raju Institute of Technology, Narsakpur, Andhra. And our internal session chairs, Dr. T.C. Subbalakshmi, Professor IT, Francis Xavier Engineering College, Dr. Lakshmi Narayanan, Associate Professor, ECE, Francis Xavier Engineering College, Dr. A. Anita, Professor IT, Francis Xavier Engineering College, and Dr. M. Caroline Viola Stella Mary, Professor IT, Francis Xavier Engineering College, for their valuable suggestions and spending their time for evaluating the best papers in the sessions. I extend my gratitude to Professor Edward Babulak, Honorary Chair, Chief Mentor and Senior Advisor, for his esteemed presence and enlightening us with his knowledge in this valedictory function. I also wish to express my gratitude to Dr. L.R. Priyama, Professor Academics, Francis Xavier Engineering College, for the valuable address, support, and encouragement. We have been fortunate to have the prominent identity from academic, industry, and other areas. I'm very thankful to the entire participants for presenting their ideas, because of whom we made this conference a grand success. This type of conferences cannot happen overnight. The wheels start moving about 3 months ago. It requires planning and bird's eye for details. I may like to express our sincere thanks to our HOD, Dr. Prince Devraj, for giving an excellent support to organize this event. We have been fortunate to be supported by a team of very active and dedicated faculty members of IT department, and my deep sense of appreciation to all my colleagues. I would like to thank IFERP, a multidisciplinary professional organization dedicated to research and development, for taking out time from their busy schedule. I want to especially thank the people who work behind the scene to execute this event. Our technical arrangement team, K. Gomati, Technorate R&D Association, Mr. Sriniket, and Ms. Pooja from Institute of Engineering Research and Publication. Last but not the least, I thank you all. Thank you. Now it's the time to announce the best papers of the session of our international conference on Advanced Computing and Communication Technology 2021. Totally, we have received 158 papers from 84 institutions, and we have accepted 95 papers for presentation. And finally, we have 61 registered active participants. Thank you, participants, for sharing your research ideas. And we have categorized the registered papers into 4 sessions. And from each session, we have selected one best paper and one best paper presentation. Now I call upon Dr. Jainul Fatima ma'am to announce the best papers of various sessions. Fatima ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. So from technical session 1, The session chairs are Dr. T.C. Subbulakshmi ma'am, Professor, Department of Information Technology, and Professor Dr. Rupesh Kumar. Based on their evaluation, they have selected best paper of Vinay Kumar and Jyoti Agarwal, paper titled RTC Drone Implementation of Intelligent Autonomous Patrolling Using Round-the-Clock Drone. This is selected as a best paper from the session 1, and best presentation award from the technical session 1 goes to Kaushik Ghosh and Shuganta Sharma on paper titled A Comparative Study of Different Neural Network Models for Identification and Classification of Diabetic Retinopathy on the Basis of Severity. From technical session 2, the best presentation goes to Sharon, Krista, and their co-authors Amit Raj, Abhinav, Sarkhan, and Suprita. Their paper titled Private Cloud Containerization Using Raspberry Pi Network, and best paper award goes to Neil Agarwal and Aryan Agarwal for the paper titled Stock Market Prediction Using Recurrent Neural Networks. And this session is chaired by Dr. Lakshmi Narayanan, Associate Professor, EC Department from Francis Xavier Engineering College, and by Professor Dr. Rupesh Kumar, Faculty, CSE Department from Arba Minch University. From the technical session 3, the best paper award goes to Live Object Detection and Distance Measurement by Kistik Raghav and Himanshu Sagu, and the best presentation paper goes to Cloud-Based Real-Time Weather Monitoring System Using Multi-Hop Communication by Dr. Sasikumar and Shreyan Singh, and this session is chaired by Dr. Karthik Kauri, Associate Dean, Associate Professor, CSE Department from B.V. Raju Institute of Technology, Andhra Pradesh, and co-chaired by Dr. A. Anita, Professor, Department of Information Technology, Francis Xavier Engineering College. And for session 4, the best presentation award goes to Optimizing Catch Prefetching. This is presented by Nancy Matthew and Josephine Joseph. And the best paper award for technical session 4 goes to Drowsiness Detection by Raspberry Pi using LR camera. And this is authored by Matesh B and Mohammad Riaz. And this technical session 4 is chaired by Dr. Karthik Koveri, Associate Dean and Associate Professor, CSE Department from B.V. Raju Institute of Technology, and Professor Dr. M. Caroline Viola Stella Mary, Professor, Department of Information Technology, Francis Xavier Engineering College. Thank you all for thank you and congratulations for all the prize winners. Thank you. Ma'am?
Yeah, ma'am, you can end the session.
Yes, hope Ms. Fatima, everything got completed. Shall we wind up the session?
Yes, sir, we can wind up the session.
Yes, thank you so much all. Again, from behalf of IFERP, I thank everyone to be as a part of this